This is not what I want.
Good evening. I would like to call the December 3rd, 2024 Planning Commission meeting to order. Please note this meeting is being hosted through a live stream on the city website and by teleconference via Zoom. I would like to remind the planning commissioners to have their microphones turned on in position so the audience can hear. Director Monique, will we please have roll call?
Commissioner Worth,
Here.
Commissioner Clark,
Present.
Commissioner Hill,
Here.
Vice Chair Papp,
Here.
Chair Beamstiffer,
Here. Vice Chair Papp, you can do invocation flag salute, please.
Heavenly Father, I ask that you please preside over these proceedings this evening. I want to please bless the community that has turned out this evening, whether they are in support of or in opposition to these projects. We ask that you provide them with wisdom with their words. You provide us with the ability to listen to the words and hear them and understand their comments and concerns. And just thank you for the opportunity to give to our community. In your name I pray. Amen. Amen. Please place your right hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Agenda item number 4 is a public comment period for items not on the agenda. Are there any members present that would like to make a comment on an item not on the agenda? Ms. Hernandez?
Chair Beamstiffer, I do not show anyone online requesting to speak, and I did not receive any e-comments.
Okay, no e-comments. Moving on to agenda item 5A is the approval of the minutes from the meeting of November 19, 2024. Does the commission have any comments or corrections?
No comments,
No
no
comments.
corrections.
No comments.
And entertain a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of the Planning Commission meeting of November 19, 2024.
Second.
Ms. Hernandez, maybe have roll call on that, please?
Commissioner Worth, please announce your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner Clark,
Aye.
Commissioner Hale,
Aye.
Vice Chair Papp,
Aye.
Chair Beamstiffer,
Yes.
and that motion passes 5-0.
Item 6A is the SDR Site Development Review for J.D. Fields. Director Monique?
Thank you, Chair. This project was continued at the October Planning Commission meeting to allow the applicant to provide some additional clarifications for the commission, including identifying some truck radius, as well as determining whether or not an all-way for warrant analysis would be required. Since then, the applicant has then provided the commission with packets, and if any of the commissioners would like to report any ex parte communications with the applicant, but they did provide clarification, and they will also be providing you with a presentation this evening to respond to the questions from the Planning Commission.
Okay, does the commission have any questions for staff?
I did meet with the applicant at the city offices last Wednesday, and I appreciate the opportunity to get some direct response to some of the concerns that were raised.
I have no questions.
I would like to disclose that I received the hard-printed copy of the packet that was presented to staff from the applicant. I work out of town, but my wife is able to swing by City Hall and pick it up for me, so thank you, honey, for that. I did speak with Sam Al-Hadif, who represents the applicant, by telephone. I did not speak with him about the project. I told him I would not speak with him regarding the project outside of the planning commission meeting, but we did have a nice chat catching up from our former days working in another jurisdiction.
And likewise, I also had a meeting with Monique and the applicant yesterday on Zoom, and they were able to answer a lot of the questions that we had and resolve some of the issues that we had some concerns on. And I appreciate that in a timely manner that they did that. And with that, if there's any other questions,
I
can we-
do have questions.
Yes, Commissioners, if you would like, the applicant is available this evening and prepared with a presentation to provide you an overview, if that's okay?
Yes, let's have that.
And Monique,
Yes.
did you receive my email? Because I asked you some questions about weight.
Oh, I did receive your communications. If you'd like to, we could clarify those questions with the applicant. Is that
Oh.
okay?
Yes, fine.
Okay, maybe have the applicant come up to the podium right here, I guess.
Good evening, Commissioners. I am Elysian Kernick with Lewis Brisbois, Bisgard & Smith, representing the applicant, J.D. Fields and Company. We do have our whole project team here, as well as representatives from J.D. Fields for who will respond to any questions. For now, you have been provided with a lot of information, and we are happy to present to you our responses from last meeting's concerns that were raised. And to do that, Ruben Salas will be presenting our PowerPoint.
Okay. We can't hear. Back there, it might be a little harder for him to hear you, so you're able to speak a little bit. Yeah. You can speak
Okay.
up.
Oh, like
That's
that.
good right there.
Do you want me to repeat?
That would be great if you can, just
Okay.
so the public can hear.
Okay. My name is Elysian Kernick. I'm with Lewis Brisbois, Bisgard & Smith. We represent the applicant, J.D. Fields and Company. We have representatives from the company here today, as well as our project team, who can answer any questions that may arise. For now, I'm going to turn the floor over to Ruben Salas of our team. He's the project manager, and he will go over a PowerPoint that we have presented.
Okay, thank you very much.
Could we please have the PowerPoint for item 6A? Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners and members of the public. I'm happy to be here today to be able to respond to comments that were provided last time we met, to hopefully clarify any of the doubts that you had. I know we had an opportunity to discuss some of these topics this week and maybe last. So with that, I'm going to introduce the project group briefly. We can move on to next slide, please. The applicant, as mentioned before, is Fields 40 Acres. With us is Terrence Cooper and Eric Houston. With the Kilmihorn Associates team is Trevor Briggs. For any traffic questions, he'll be able to provide that. Alex Pullman, our noise expert specialist, and with me also Kerry Cano for any CEQA questions. We're Malcolm, Luis Ibanez for any architectural questions, and Elysian. So the project location, as you know, is the next one. Next slide, please. It's located east side of Gilmore Street, approximately 700 feet south of Acacia, and it's approximately 9.5 acres. The site is zone M2, which is allows for heavy industrial for up to less than 400,000 square feet. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. And the site itself right now is fully vacant and has been previously disturbed. There it is. So continuing with this. So one of your questions previously was who is going to occupy the site. And to briefly note that the owner will be the developer, and their expectation or their hope is to utilize the site for their purposes, which is to manufacture and supply, high quality steel pipe PVC products that will be manufactured indoors and will be stored outdoors for quick turnover. The building itself will be 25,000 square feet with 3,000 square feet of that being indoor office. As noted in the tables there, the allowed building height is 60 feet for this zoning. The proposed building would be 35 feet. And the distance setbacks, the only setback required would be 30 feet to the west because of the proximity to the residential community there. We're going to be 170 feet from that, so that's 140 feet additionally from what is required. And as you can see, there's going to be a setback from north, south, and east. So the building will be, set back in all directions. Additionally, the project site will provide 67 vehicle parking stalls, 3 truck loading doors, and I know previously we talked about, loading docks, but there will not be loading docks. There will be loading doors, so kind of like a rolling up door, which will, vehicles or trucks will be able to drive or pull into and then drive right out. There will be 3 driveways. Driveway number 1, which is the northernmost driveway, will be 25 feet. It's only for vehicle access or small delivery trucks. Driveway number 2 will be 29 foot wide, will be the center driveway, and this is going to be the truck exit only. And, as anticipated, trucks will be making a right or turn north on the project street. And then driveway number 3 would be 40 foot wide, which is the southernmost driveway. And this is truck entry only, so for delivery trucks, semi-delivery trucks. The operational hours for an M2 zoning allows 24 hours per day. The project itself primarily functions during the daytime, but because of the allowed 24/7 that is allowed on site, the applicant has chosen to make this part of the project in case there are activities at night as well associated with their project, but it is not a common practice for the production of pipes or anything to really take place around that time. Maybe some deliveries might occur or hauling any of these products, but really most of their operations occur during typical hours. Next is a site plan and floor plan for your, so you can see here the distribution on the site. Vehicle parking in general will be located on the northwest corner of the site. And you can see the driveway 1 or driver number 1 is going to be located just there. There's not going to be much circulation from vehicles around the site. They're going to be located just there. And then you can see driveway number 2 in the center and number 3 on the south west corner of the site. Just for context, we wanted to provide you with an image. So the project site or the building itself, which is a manufacturing facility, is going to be 25,000 square feet. A building, the school district's building located just east, is 14,000 square feet. Additionally, if you, I guess, consider 8 of the mobile homes that are located just west of the project site, that is the site of approximately the size of the manufacturing building that is being proposed. Just for context on the size of the building itself. This is not a massive building, it's a tiny building. compared to the size of the site as a whole. Some of the conceptual renderings that the architect was able to prepare shows, that the building is going to be prepared in high quality materials. It's going to look nice in the community. It's not going to be a very tall building. Like I said, it's going to be 35 feet tall. And there's going to be mature trees also around the site. These are some of the elevations, north-south elevations. And some of the east and west elevations. These are some of the anticipated exterior materials: corrugated metal, glass, metal panels, and variety of tones. Last time we met, we also had questions about landscape. And the landscape plan itself provides an idea, an example of where trees are going to be located. Trees are going to be located all throughout the perimeter of the site. Besides the wall that's going to be installed on the west and south of the project site, which is going to be an 8-foot tall concrete wall. On the north and east, there's going to be a chain link fence that's going to be blacked out with a mesh as well, so that way it's there's privacy. But aside from that, there will be mature trees all along the north, south, east, and west. These are examples of some of the trees that are anticipated to be planted on site. And this is the fencing and wall plan, which shows 8-foot CMU walls, like I said, on the west, and south. And similarly, an 8-foot tall fence along the north and west and east. The west portion of the site is going to include gates that are going to be covered with a mesh as well, so they're not going to be see-through gates. You'll be able to, I guess, if you get close enough, you'll be able to kind of see inside, but it's not going to be fully visible. And these are about 8-foot tall gates. The rendering of the front portion or the west portion of the site is anticipated to look something like this, with, again, mature trees, a 10-foot landscape buffer on the front as well, and curb and gutter. There were some questions as well about noise and regarding noise for, to the community, to the sensitive receptors to the west, and also the noise levels essentially that were to occur on site. With us, we have Alex Pullman. He's a noise specialist who prepared the noise study for the project. I'm going to have him just come up and, give you a rundown of essentially what we determined, or what was determined based on the noise analysis. And if there are any specific noise questions, you can go ahead and ask them.
Are you gonna? I think I need your screen because I can't see far. Okay.
So for construction noise, you can see the maximum.
Is it not working?
See, I'm having trouble seeing your screen too. We see like 70.8 decibels during the grading phase. That's the maximum. And the threshold is 80. So you can see that we're not exceeding the thresholds. What else do you want to? That's for construction. And then for operational noise, we have the HVAC is 37 decibels. Truck loading, unloading, 44 decibels. And the outdoor storage, which would be the forklifts moving the pipes around, is also 44 decibels. And the noise threshold for the city during the PM is 60 for residential. So we're well below the threshold. Let's see. Can you move me forward?
Yeah.
Or is that it?
I think they're fixing the clicker. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Quick-
they're sitting-
Quick question, if I
Yeah.
could. Is that measured at the point of source, or is that measured at a particular location relative to the source?
Which one? For construction, it's an average because the equipment is moving around. But for the actual operations, it's a source. So like the building would be the source, or the pallets that
Gotcha.
the pipes are stacked on. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions before I?
I have more of an operational question.
Okay.
So the reason I had asked for a floor plan, and thank your team for submitting it, is I wanted to know the location of the roll-up doors and whether or not they were going to be directed towards the residents to the west. It appears that the roll-up doors will be on the east side of the building, furthest away from the residents. So if those doors are open and you're cutting steel in there, the equipment will be quite loud, but the noise will be directed away from residents. Is that correct?
Yes. And plus the distance, it'll attenuate before it reaches the residents. It'll drop down below the thresholds. Even if we're assuming like 120 decibels, which is super loud, it would be below the threshold by the time it reaches the residents to the west.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Sorry.
Okay, so continuing with the presentation, we did a screen analysis as well. There was a comment last time about truck headlight kind of encroaching onto the property to the west. So what we did was we looked at essentially the truck turning movements, and the architect essentially, and as we determined that, or we identified two of the properties as being the potentially most affected, and they're noted there in red. So those two properties seem to have the potential to experience most of the truck lighting, but the trucks and essentially the movements would be very fast. I mean, they were just exiting the site, making a right or north, and moving along. They wouldn't be idling on the driveway, so the light exposure would be minimal. Regardless of that, the applicant is open to and happy to talk to any of the residents and HOA to come to an agreement if there is any concerns about light intruding into their properties, whether it's, there could be a number of options. So the options are essentially open. It's just a matter of reaching that point where maybe construction is taking place, and as Monique mentioned, during that time, regardless, the applicant needs to kind of reach out to neighboring residents to request any input for, if there's any issues, or to let them know that there will be construction. So at that time, the applicant is happy to, speak with any of the residents or the HOA to address any concerns and implement anything that needs to be implemented to shield or to help reduce any of that night lighting from trucks. I'm sorry.
I looked at that packet, and
Yes,
it looked like you gave them 3 options: blackout
right.
blinds, a panel on the wall, or trees.
Yeah, and those were just, 3 examples that could be considered.
Mhm.
But, ultimately, once, the applicant, the city, and any neighbors that feel they need a solution to any truck light issues, they're happy to discuss these 3 options or anything else that,
Okay.
makes sense.
Have you guys approached the residents yet, or
No.
No.
That's going to occur, like I said, with, during the time construction timing
Okay.
comes.
All right.
That will take place regardless.
All right,
Yeah.
well, appreciate that, thank you.
Of course, yeah, and just to, continue with that, our photometric study, again, I think we brought this up last time, shows that at least security lighting or nighttime lighting will not encroach onto adjacent properties. So, are there any more questions on?
Is it only for those residents that are in red, or is it all of those on that wall, on the west wall perimeter?
It would be, I think, for anyone that, has a concern on this, but we just identified those 2 properties as being the potentially affected by truck lighting because of the direction of the trucks. Yeah.
If I may, just to clarify, because of the path of the trucks will take, they will only be exiting out that middle driveway, which is why those 2
Got it.
properties are identified.
I understand,
Yep.
but I'm just asking, is it only for those 2 residents that are in red, or is it all of those along that street?
So we believe only those 2 residents would be affected, but if there are other
That's
potential.
not my question.
Yes, it would be for affected residents along.
You're not answering my question. You've given the residents there an option for blocking the light, right?
Correct.
Trees, panel, blackout curtains. Okay, that's what I read. If I'm a resident that's not in red, let's say I'm the 3rd one down, the first resident below the red boxes along that wall, is that available to me? Are those options available to me?
I think that is to be determined at the time that the city, the applicant, and the residents meet to determine who is affected and who requires that. So I would say at this point, yes, it would be available to any, it's not just limited to those 2.
It's not limited to those 2. It's limited to any of those residents
who will be affected by the
along
nighttime lighting.
that wall.
The
By
truck
direct
lighting.
headlights.
By the direct headlights.
Appreciate that, thank you.
I have a question to that. Do they have to show evidence of being affected?
I mean, I don't think there needs to be evidence. It's obviously,
I would have preferred the citizens to have been consulted first, not after the fact.
agreed. I think with discussions with the city,
Well,
it was, it was determined that at a good time to talk to residents or the HOA, whoever manages the property as a whole, would be during that time when, before construction time occurs, the applicant needs to reach out to residents adjacent to the site.
But
And they ask for any input on measures to be implemented.
okay,
for-
but I
yeah.
believe there was a public hearing, correct?
There was,
There was.
Okay,
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so just to touch up on that really quick, the noticing occurred, and no residents provided any comments.
got
Only
it.
4 agencies. And then for the first public hearing, which occurred in October, there were no comments from any residents on the project as well.
Okay,
And
I guess-
those 2, 1 and 2 would be taken care of before certificate of occupancy, correct?
Yeah, I mean, discussions will take place and, with residents. before construction takes place. Exactly. Yeah.
I guess my issue is between last meeting where we talked about this and the concern for the residents. We would have had some information. That was my question, not the public hearing. We're
Can you speak in the
concerned-
microphone a little bit more, Commissioner Clark?
We're concerned about the residents,
Correct.
and so you're identifying 2 of them.
We're just identifying 2 because they're directly across from the driveway, which, I mean,
Agreed.
a truck might take a minute or 2 to exit and then make a right. But anyone that's, along the frontage of the project, if they feel like they're being affected by truck lights, they're more than welcome to speak with the applicant, and, at any of the solutions that could be provided to one could be provided to the other.
It's not I'm not trying to be tit for tat. I'm just saying that last meeting we were with you, we were concerned about the residents.
Correct.
And so what you've done is speculative. And while I totally appreciate the fact that 2 residents, we all know getting to someone in charge to get something fixed can be difficult. And that's why we're asking, are they going to have to show evidence of being bothered by the light? Will you just go ahead? Because we would have known more since last meeting to this meeting if there were any concerns about that specifically, not about the project.
Correct.
About that.
Well, no, I mean, like as I mentioned before, if anyone is concerned, anyone that lives along, the perimeter, it's absolutely okay to come up,
Okay.
voice your concerns with the applicant, and I'm sure it's going to be something that they take care
Chair.
of.
If I could.
Yes, sir.
On projects similar to this one, including car washes where we've had queuing that was oriented towards residential structures, in lieu of a sort of amorphous future plan, the commission has adopted a condition of approval that obligated the installation of a vegetative or architectural screening barrier upon request of a resident within the sight line. So that could be a way to adopt the plan that the applicant has proposed here, but have some certainty that it will be actually imposed. When the commission has addressed those before, they've been most concerned about those in the direct line of sight. So those were the ones that were identified in the study that the applicant showed us, the 2 properties identified in red. But the planning commission went further and included any property that was in the arc of the lights, because even a transitory flash of headlights from these truck can be pretty disruptive to someone's residence. And so I believe that included an apartment building, and some of the residents opted in. It required a mandatory reach out. This is what is available to you. Please get back to us by this day. And then either it's landscaping requiring, I think, 8 feet, or I don't know how high your study proposed. Installation only, the maintenance obligations would fall to the property owner going forward. But that's one way to maybe get that certainty that you're looking for, Commissioner Clark and Commissioner Hill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, could I have a question? And maybe this is later in the presentation, but it seems appropriate now. There were some follow-up questions that I had when I met with you in regard, and also with Monique, in regards to the streetscape that is being proposed on the east side of Gilmore. So first question, is that going to be city maintained? Secondly, there was a request, this is going to be kind of the final improvement for Gilmore, and the west side of Gilmore has no landscaping, and it's very, very, it's not aesthetically pleasing. So the question would be, is it possible, if it's city maintained, is it possible to install that vegetative or tree screening as part of an improved city maintained streetscape system that includes trees and screenings for the entire project? That would cover both the headlights as well as the ambient, albeit small, but the ambient light. So is there an opportunity for including the west side of Gilmore landscaped with the proposed east side new landscape system.
By the west side, do you mean on the property side, on the property, or on the across the street?
On the property side.
Yeah, so just,
I'm sorry, excuse me, on the, across the street, on the public right-of-way side.
okay. Yeah, I mean, that is,
Commissioner, we did review the sidewalk there. The right-of-way is pretty limited on South Gilmore. I think in order to meet our ADA access requirements for the sidewalk, in order to add additional landscaping, you're looking at needing to do a take from those private residences. So I'm not exactly sure if we'd be popular.
I'm not suggesting a take to add. There's about a 2-foot, 30-inch dirt path in between the back of sidewalk and the block wall. That is a sufficient amount of space to add a single drip line, a control valve across the street, and plant shrubs within that existing space.
And my understanding now, I looked at the GIS for this. I did not look at a property survey for it. My understanding was that dirt strip is not public right-of-way, that is actually on the private property side of the property line. Now, that could be incorrect, but my understanding was in order for the city to install and maintain landscaping, we would have to have that property transferred over to public right-of-way. And that could be voluntary, or it could require a take. But that was my recollection when I looked at the GIS maps there.
Yeah, I would think we would want to have really know where the back of right-of-way is. Having that doesn't seem standard. I would assume that the right-of-way is further than that, and so yeah, a survey would have been good to review prior to this, because that was one of my specific follow-up questions, both in terms of screening, but also in terms of providing the residents with a kind of finished product of Gilmore, and giving the residents there a little bit something on their side of the street that would kill two birds, no pun intended, with one stone. So.
I do think that if the commission was of a mind to adopt a condition of approval that required a light screening mitigation program that included landscaping, that could be one of the options that you included as a way to meet that condition of approval. It doesn't necessarily need to be the only way to do it, but that could certainly be something you could add, Commissioner.
Yeah, it's light screening as well as benefit to the residents that are. And the idea is make it permanent. This is the final improvement. They're doing full street improvements. Make sure that the end of Gilmore Street is the way it's intended to be long term. And I don't think it is right now. And I don't think what's being proposed is right now. And so if that's an opportunity to include that, I would appreciate a recommendation on how to include that in the approval, because I don't want to hold up a potential approval on that issue. But I think if it is at all reasonable and feasible to do that should be included.
I think that including it in a light screening mitigation program would be one way to accomplish it. And while I certainly advocate any benefit that can be provided to the adjacent residents, our legal constraints on these type of matters is to impose conditions that mitigate the negative impacts of the project, not to provide extra benefits to the community at large. So we have to be careful where we draw the line on that. I think in this case, if we were talking about and this could be the way you want to go, instead of doing a case-by-case situational condition, you could just condition that as a light screening mitigation that we do that landscaping along that corridor. The issue that I would see with that is, at that point we're not taking into account that input from those adjacent residences, right? What screening measure do you prefer to mitigate this harm? But that's certainly an option that the commission could consider if you wanted to impose it as a condition of approval.
Thank you.
Just ask the commission to kind of, if we can, just for the sake of time, hold the questions until the applicant is done with the presentation, and then
Sorry.
ask all the questions.
No problem, thank you. We're almost through, so thanks. Let's see, let me fast forward again. Okay, so another topic that was brought up was essentially, traffic, and along with that, great points were brought up last time about, taking a look at how a couple intersections work and some of the turning radiuses. And we did that. I wanted to show this table here that we have in our trip generation study, which, and just for context, the project as a whole would only produce or generate approximately 29 trips per day. And with that, there would be 3 a.m. and 3 p.m. peak, trips. So the project itself is not generating a lot of trips, or adding a lot of trips to the roadway. Regardless of that, to be able to respond to the comments provided, we went ahead and prepared an always stop warning analysis and a truck turn-in radius analysis. And I'll let Trevor Briggs, he's the one who prepared it, kind of just walk you through that and the conclusions that we came up with.
Hi, good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Trevor Briggs with Kinley Horn Associates and prepare the traffic analysis for the proposed project. Just to clarify, on the trip generation table, it was 29 truck PCE trips, and then the total trips is 60, including passenger cars and trucks. So just want to clarify that. Again, not much traffic to what we see when we typically do traffic analyses. With regards to the always stop warrant analysis, we did collect data, 24-hour data on the roadway segments at the intersection of Gilmore Street at Acacia Avenue. And we conducted the always stop warrant analysis based on California manual on uniform traffic control devices, or the California METCD. And the typical criteria is noted above or on the screen. We typically look at the collision data as well at the intersection, as well as the minimum volume thresholds.
Sorry, this is separate from that.
Sorry. On your screen, you can see that as part of the analysis, we noted that the thresholds for the collision data, as well as the minimum volumes, were not met at the intersection. I do want to note that for criterion C, minimum volumes, the minimum thresholds for the minor street approach and the major street approach have to be satisfied for 8 hours of the day, and it was noted that it was met for 6 hours of the day. However, after further consideration and coordination with city staff, it was agreed upon that the project would be conditioned to construct an all-way stop warrant at that intersection of Gilmore Street and Acacia Avenue. Next would be the traffic or the truck routes for the proposed project. The City of Hemet Municipal Code Article 3, Section 78-61 provides the designated routes and the designated roads within the City of Hemet on which trucks are able to travel. Again, trucks that are, or projects that are off of a truck route can use streets that are not on a truck route, but it has to be the most distinct way possible. Otherwise, it has to be on a designated truck route. We talked about the 10 freeway as well as the 215 freeway. The anticipated interchanges that it would use is Beaumont Avenue for the 10 freeway, and State Route 79, Beaumont Avenue. And then for the 215 freeway, it would be via Case Road / SR 74, or Florida, which continues on to Florida Avenue, or as well as Newport Road, Dominagoni Parkway in the City of Hemet. That those would be the anticipated routes from the 215 freeway to go to the project site. On this site, on this diagram, you'll see the truck routes that we anticipate going directly into the site. We did do truck turning templates at the intersection of Gilmore Street and Florida Avenue. And we did note that given the truck that is anticipated to be used at the site, which would be a wheelbase 67, it would not be able to complete an eastbound right turn at the intersection to go into the site. Therefore, as you can see here on the green line, the arrows pointing into the site, it would make a westbound left at the intersection of Florida Avenue at Gilmore Street, and then just continue on down through Gilmore Street into the project site. For exiting the site, we recommend that it can make a northbound left turn onto Florida Avenue heading westbound, and then connect onto Sanderson Avenue or continue on to Florida Avenue to get to the 10 freeway and the 215 freeway, respectively. On this diagram is kind of big picture on what the route would look like. Green represents inbound traffic, truck traffic, and then the red is outbound truck traffic. So again, it mimics that going into the site, the trucks will make a westbound left turn at the intersection of Florida Avenue at Gilmore Street, and then exiting, it would head west on Florida Avenue by making a northbound left turn. And we did run truck turning templates. If you go to the next slide. Oh, sorry, go back one. Sorry, go two forward. Should I go forward? One more. There we go. Okay, so here's the truck turning templates at the intersection of Florida Avenue and Gilmore Street with the movements that I had just noted, and that how it does complete within the right-of-way, within the roadway. So we did clear that. It was reviewed by both the all-way stop warrant analysis as well as the truck route memo were both reviewed by a third-party reviewer and as well as city staff at the Public Works Department. And so in coordination with them, we came up with recommendations for both the truck route as well as being conditioned to construct an all-way stop at the intersection of Gilmore Street and Acacia Avenue. And with that, that's the end of as far as for traffic analyses, but I'm happy to answer any further questions you may have.
Yes, thank you. And just to, our final slide is just to reiterate that, the always stop has been conditioned. And additionally, condition number 112A, the applicant agrees to, comply with this, which is to fully repave, the Gilmore Road all the way to the cul-de-sac. So that's something that he's also doing for the project. And with that, if there's any additional comments or questions, happy to respond to that.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Does the commissioners have any questions for the applicant?
No, but I do appreciate the work that you guys put in to get back with us. Really do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all your questions. And
I do have questions. The answer to the question, what is the anticipated weight of a fully loaded truck? And what is the weight limits on Gilmore? You didn't address what the weight limits on Gilmore are. And that's why I sent Monique an email, because I'm sure she probably would know.
I think Jillian is.
Jillian?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's something that she would know.
Hi, Jillian Ferris, Deputy Public Works Director. So the street has to be repaved anyways, so they're gonna get a structural section recommendation from the geotechnical engineer that will be based upon the weight limits and everything of their trucks.
So you're going to accommodate those truck weights in your paving?
Correct. The structural section will be thicker to accommodate that.
Okay. And my other question is, are your trucks going to be waiting for the PM to go out? So you have a truck coming in the morning, assuming.
Okay.
Will
yeah.
they be waiting to take out, or are they going out empty?
Do you want to take this one? Yeah, he's the applicant.
While I don't do the operations for JD Fields, I think I can answer this. Eric Houston with JD Fields. The question again was, are they going to be waiting overnight?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you have a truck coming in the morning, are they leaving immediately empty, or are they waiting around to take another load? What's,
It normally, I mean, it depends on what else that truck driver has slated for that day. Of course, it would probably be more economic for him to not wait and have other loads. If so, if he was to wait, but in a lot of times the jobs would normally take a little bit longer. There is quite a bit of work involved in it. But if he were to wait, he would park on site, leave the engine off, and probably grab a sandwich in town and
yeah,
then come back and get it.
well, that's kind of why I'm wondering. We really don't want trucks to idle, and I know you don't either, because it's pretty hard on engines and such.
Absolutely. Nobody likes that.
Will there be an APU available, and if they have to spend the night?
I'm going to need a definition of APU, please.
An auxiliary power unit?
Oh.
You know, something that they don't have to burn diesel. They can just plug in if they have to, or for that matter.
Or just turn it off.
True, but it can be cold in there.
Yes, well, we do have the garage area, and we would be open to
Okay.
all, like,
Okay,
we're a
that's
friendly
my.
company and would take care of anybody that needed
Okay.
any help.
Okay, that was my consideration, was for the CO2, CO, all of that, you know.
Perfect.
Okay, no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very
I
much.
have a question. Excuse me, I have a question. I don't know if it'd be for you or somebody from the team. Just in general, the architecture for the building itself, it's a rather boxy-looking building. It is an industrial building, I get it. Most of the architectural emphasis has been on the front of the building, facing the residents. Is the design of the building part of the function of the building? Meaning, I would assume, since I believe you mentioned, or someone else mentioned, that trucks will pull into the building as opposed to having loading docks. So they'll be loaded and unloaded inside the building, is that correct?
Well, I'm not sure if, we have the architect here as well. He can answer any of the architectural
Okay, great.
questions.
Well-
I would not be able to.
What I'm getting at is, I spent some time working for a steel company, and I understand how they load and unload
Yeah.
vehicles. It's usually via overhead gantry cranes that move the full length of the building and then side to side, so they can pick up a load from one truck and drop it somewhere else, vice versa. Is that the intent of the design of
Yes,
this
that's correct.
building?
So the building is intended to have clear span on the inside, and there will be a gantry crane inside. So if the buildings need to, or the trucks need to back into the building for them to set something large on them, they can pull right in. They're at grade level doors. They're 16 feet wide, 16 by 16, so the truck would be able to pull in. But it's not intended for them to pull the entire truck in. If you look at the floor plan, do we have the floor plan on the exhibit?
I think it was taken off.
Okay. There's 6 workstations where they're working on pipes that could be up to 40 feet in length. So most of that is workspace, but there is a place near the back where the roll-up doors are for the truck to be able to pull in so they can load something on to the truck. Other than that, whatever product is stored outside, the forklifts would be just pulling up to the side of the truck and loading it from the side. And then there is a small door on the south side, closer to the west end of the building, but that's intended to be just for small deliveries, tools and things that they use for working, office supplies, things like that.
Okay, and just another question, I'm not sure if you would know or not, as far as deliveries are concerned, when they're loading vehicles on site, does the applicant do full truckloads, or do they do LTLs as well, less than truckloads?
That I don't know.
So we actually have our our operational staff standing by on Zoom. I don't know if they're able to dial in and speak to answer to these questions because I don't want to give misinformation. Is there a way to get them in?
Can you give me a name?
It's Brian Ellenberg.
He should be allowed to speak.
This is Brian Ellenberg. I don't know if you can hear me. I can hear everybody and hear everybody clearly. I'm not sure if you guys can hear me.
We can hear you.
Okay.
Would you mind, please, sir, repeating the question?
Sure, the question I have for you, sir, is as far as loading trucks on site for deliveries, does the applicant engage in LTLs, like multiple less than truckloads on one truck, or is it just strictly full truckloads based on the size of the vehicle?
Yeah, depending on the operation or the fabrication of the particular project that we're currently working for the customer or the vendor, we'll determine if it's going to be a full truckload or a partial truckload. Typically, if we're doing something that can be done on a full truckload, we try to do full truckload quantities just to minimize the amount of traffic or trucks that are coming in, and that's how we schedule the appointments for those trucks. So we try to optimize the full truckloads of those trucks.
Okay, thank you. And one last question from me. With respect, do you deliver to any places where there's inclement weather? Meaning, do you have truckloads that, so you're dealing with flatbed tractor trailers? Are they tarping up on site before they leave to some place where there's inclement weather? Or are they maybe using Conestoga type trailers? How does that work? And if they're having to tarp up on site, do you have a location on site for them to do that? So they're not stopping on the side of the road somewhere?
So typically what we request of the trucking company, if they are going to a facility or going to another location that has inclement weather, they will go to a weigh station or to a truck stop and tarp prior to entering the state or designated area where they will need it to be tarped.
Very good, thank you, sir.
And just to give a little backstory, I'm the chief operating officer of Fields Company, and we have roughly 32 facilities around the country. And I'd just like to say we're very conscientious of our surroundings and noise and so forth of the community that we're involved with. Extremely being a family-owned business that we are.
Thank you very much. I just want to say most of my questions were already answered during the meeting we had yesterday, and I appreciate you following up in reference to the truck route, because that was my biggest concern. There was the truck route as well as the stop sign, the four-way stop, because again, I work off of Gilmore every day, so I know that road very well, and I appreciate the detail and the prompt response you guys gave to us in a short time of what we asked.
It was a pleasure. Thank you.
And does the commission have any other questions for the staff or the applicant before we go open a public hearing?
No.
No?
Did the commission want to hear the draft language of the condition of approval on the light screening program?
Yes, please.
I have language if you want to. Do you have language?
I was going to propose language, but.
Oh, okay, go.
Well, I think
The developer shall design, adopt, and implement a light screening mitigation program subject to approval by the Community Development Director for residential properties located directly adjacent to South Gilmore Street, south of West Acacia Avenue, that shall include at a minimum written notice to all qualified residential properties of the program, of the option for the property owner to receive at developer's sole expense blackout curtains, physical screening, or landscape screening reasonably designed to mitigate the effects of headlights from vehicular traffic originating from the project site. If we wanted to add, I'll call it the Worth Amendment, for lack of a better term.
Okay.
You could add
Call it
language.
the Finish Up the Street Amendment.
You could add language that says, in the alternative, as part of the developer's off-site obligations to construct improvements to South Gilmore Street, the developer may, subject to conditions of approval 61 to 77, install landscaping and irrigation along the public right-of-way along the west side of South Gilmore Street, south of West Acacia Avenue. And then I did want to correct my earlier statement. The engineering department did look at the maps themselves, and the dirt strip that Commissioner Worth was referencing does appear to be on the public right-of-way side. So it would seem appropriate that that could be a condition of approval if you wanted to, sir. Yes.
Okay. Boy, yours sound a lot better than mine. Except for what's the timing on this?
So all of these need to be implemented before a certificate of occupancy is issued.
Okay.
You could specifically include that in this one, but all of the conditions of approval are required to be complied with.
Okay, yep.
And that may be something that we could ask the developer if they were okay with that wording. It's always good to get them on the record what their thoughts are with the additional condition of approval that we're submitting to the city council.
May we have the applicant come up and give us yes or no if he's okay with that?
I think we're okay with the wording. I'm a little concerned on the servicing of the water and where that, I think you mentioned that you would want it to be irrigated, which, I mean, if we're gonna plant it, we should water it, but who's gonna service that water?
So the installation along the entire street, I put subject to conditions of approval 61 to 77, which are the same as all other off-site landscaping. So that would be the creation, I think, or the annexation into the existing landscape maintenance district to cover ongoing maintenance and irrigation costs.
So
Okay.
city related.
Yes.
So for clarification, so that would be added to the proposed streetscape right-of-way landscaping that is already planned for the east side of the street.
That's the way I worded
Okay.
the condition. I mean, it makes sense, like you
Yes.
said, if you're doing the landscaping and the street improvements, do it at once, do it
Right.
together. So that's an alternative, and it's at the developer's option, the way it's written.
We're okay with the verbiage on that. I think it should be known that we, if we're gonna, like, a lot of the property is, I mean, having a nice neighborhood around us is part of what we enjoy as being a J.D. Fields company, and we would like to add to the neighborhood. It doesn't sound like we have room to keep something planted there within what you're saying, but we are here to, like, we're here to be good neighbors, and if everybody needs blackouts and we're doing blackouts, we're happy to help.
Just clarification, only adjacent to the property.
So I had it written as directly adjacent to South Gilmore Street, so it's only those that are actually fronting the street. It's not the entire
Yeah, the entire road.
Correct.
residential area.
Yes.
Right. It's not the whole
Yeah.
park.
Tried to find that happy medium between just two.
Yes.
Right.
The whole
Appreciate
neighborhood.
that.
So,
Thank you.
I think it works.
Okay. Any other questions?
No.
I have no questions for the applicant, but just a comment, I guess, and maybe a question for city. So with the new truck routes, I understand we have to use designated truck routes. In our last meeting, we talked a little bit about some of the challenges and issues we're having with the signal and traffic flow from Dominigoni Parkway up State Street. It seems that, we're both for J.D. Fields, we're adding a lot of miles on every trip by having to, because we cannot make the right turn on Gilmore. So I would propose that the city, separate from this project, but that the city do a signal analysis to make sure that the signals along that route are operating as they're supposed to be and smart, not just going through the regular cycles, so that it makes sure that we don't have the traffic, additional traffic back up down State Street. And secondarily is that we look at adding Acacia from Florida Avenue to at least Lyon as a designated truck route. If that was the case, then all of these trucks could enter they would save several miles on each trip and could enter from Acacia and make a right turn on Gilmore.
That's something we discussed yesterday, was the part of the occasion, not just for this project, but for for the Kirby project and for future projects. There's that stretch of acacia from Sanderson to Florida on acacia that between Costa and Florida, that little stretch that almost never gets used anymore. That would be a perfect ideal area to have a truck route with the intersections so the trucks can come to and from there without congesting the traffic in Sanderson in Florida, which is busy all the time, and other intersections that we commute and we use. And Director Monique said that that is in discussion, correct?
That's something that we can bring forward for council consideration. If we are, looking to amend our circulation element, I think there's going to be some upcoming discussions about truck routes and potential for our future general plan.
Yeah. Okay.
That's all I have.
And with that, we're going to go ahead and open up a public hearing. Are there any members of the public present or online that would like to comment on this item? Ms. Hernandez?
I don't have any request to speak forms on this item. I do not show anyone online requesting to speak, and I did not receive any e-comments.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing.
The woman down here had her arm raised,
What was that?
in the red shirt, right here.
Did you want to make a comment? Okay, we're going to reopen the public hearing and approach the podium, please.
Oh, sorry about that.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Ann Smith, and I live in the city of Hammett. And I want to thank these gentlemen for coming out. They really worked hard on this. If we have to go back to the city to get a city council vote on the alternate routes, which makes sense to me, will that delay the vote or the the movement of this going forward? Does that make sense?
It would not impact this particular project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ann. And with that, we're going to go ahead and close public comment. And discussion, any questions? Ask for motion.
If there's no discussion, I'll make the motion. All right. I'm just making sure there's no discussion. But first off, thank you guys for all the effort. And timing is everything, and timing sometimes stinks as well. So thanks for going through the extra effort. But I move that the Planning Commission adopt Planning Commission Environmental Resolution, attachment number 1, by adopting a ISMND based on the findings incorporated in the initial study as provided in Exhibit 1A, and the conclusion the project will not have a significant impact on environmental and direct staff to file a notice of determination. And excuse me, adopt Planning Commission Resolution attachment number 2 by approving the SDR 21-021 as provided in Exhibit 2A and 2B development plans subject to the conditions of approval as amended. And authorize staff to file a NOD with the Riverside County Clerk and State Clearinghouse.
I'll second that.
Commissioners, please announce your vote when I call upon you. Commissioner Worth?
Yes.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Commissioner Hill?
Yes.
Vice Chair Papp?
Yes.
Chair Beamsterfer?
That's a yes.
And that motion passes 5-0.
Congratulations, guys. Looking forward to having you here. Okay. Where's the other one? 7B, I think. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move up 7B. Is anybody here for the fitness? Yes. That has the public comment that wants to make?
Oh, no public.
No? Okay. So we're going to go ahead and move up 7B, just because of the timely, the next project is going to be a very long discussion. So we'll have 7B approach the podium. Well, not at the moment. Well, we're going to have Planner Assistant Jordan Walton approach the podium, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Jordan Walton, Assistant Planner with the Community Development Department. Tonight for your consideration is specific plan amendment 24-002 and conditional use permit 24-002. The property owner and applicant for this project is Rich Alvarado LLC. The applicant is requesting approval to allow a health and fitness center within an existing 16,000 square foot retail suite located in the Page Plaza Shopping Center. A health and fitness center is not specifically listed in the Page Plaza specific plan permitted uses, so the applicant has submitted a specific plan amendment to amend this Page Plaza specific plan to allow a health and fitness center subject to a conditional use permit. The existing 24,415 square foot building will be converted into a 16,000 square foot fitness center, and the remaining 8,415 square foot space will be converted into a retail space. The proposal is for a new Planet Fitness Center that will be open 24 hours, 7 days a week. The Planning Commission is responsible for the review and recommendation of specific plan amendments to the City Council. When an application is processed concurrently with applications that require legislative approval, the Planning Commission shall review the application and make recommendations to the City Council. Currently, the zoning allows for health and fitness centers in the commercial centers with less than 3,000 square feet to be permitted by right in the office professional C1 and C2 and CM zones. An administrative use permit is required when the fitness center is greater than 3,000 square feet. The Planning Commission could recommend that health and fitness centers in the Page Plaza specific plan be consistent with the zoning code. And this project aligns with Goal 2, economic opportunity, and Goal 4, partnership and collaboration. Here's an aerial view of the project site. Surrounding land uses include the Hemet City Yard, Medical Center, 7-Eleven gas station, and Superstar Car Wash, and single-family homes. The subject property is designated community commercial in the City of Hemet General Plan. And the subject property is zoned Page Plaza, Page Community Plaza, and the Page Plaza specific plan. So I do have a slide for the Hemet specific plan area here. The Page Plaza specific plan is located on the southeast corner of West Stetson Avenue and South Sanderson Avenue, and the entire project site is designated Page Plaza Community Commercial. This is the proposed text amendment to the Page Plaza specific plan. With this amendment, health and fitness centers will be added to the conditional uses section of the Page Plaza specific plan to include health and fitness centers. Here is the proposed site plan for the Planet Fitness. Some of the businesses located in the Page Plaza shopping center include Verizon Mobile, Tilly's, Walmart, Buffalo Wild Wings, and Hemet Modern Dentistry. Here are the existing elevations, as well as photos of the surrounding area of the Page Plaza. No exterior changes are proposed with the exception of a tenant signage, which will be submitted at a later date once it's entitled. The fitness center will include a main gym, equipment area, training rooms, hydro massage area, cryotherapy lounge, showers, restrooms, and a reception area. The conditional use permit is exempt from the findings. The findings for the conditional use permit are that the project is within the zones. Lines with the objectives of the zone that is located in, and it will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or materially injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity. that the project is consistent with the general plan, and that the project is appropriate and compatible with existing land uses. And the CUP findings are being consistent with the Hemet general plan, provides projects that are superior to developments under the conventional zoning, provides for the orderly development for the city beyond the project boundaries, and the project is appropriate and compatible with existing land uses. And this project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act CEQA guidelines. The civic plan amendment in of itself does not relate to any physical project and will not result in any physical changes to the environment. And on November 21st, 2024, the city did give public notice by advertising in the press enterprise and the mailing to the surrounding property owners within 500 feet. And it is respectfully recommended that the Planning Commission resolution recommend approval to the City Council for specific plan amendment 24-002 and conditional use permit 24-002. And with that, that concludes my presentation. I'm available to take any questions.
All right, thank you very much for that presentation. Does the commissioners have any questions or comments to the staff?
I have one question. Does Walmart own their building?
That I wouldn't have the answer to at this time. It's possible that they could be leasing the space, but maybe the applicant maybe has an answer for that question.
The reason why I'm asking, I'm assuming the fitness center is targeting Manassas Drive on and the high school and that portion for Seasons. We all know what Stetson and Sanderson looks like. And I happened to be over there yesterday, and it's kind of hard to get behind Walmart. I'm looking for other accesses that would not require coming out onto Stetson or Sanderson to get in, because behind the buildings, you can actually go between, what is that, Walmart and Dollar Tree, you know, and that's fine. But if you're on Manassas, you've got to go all the way down by Dave's Hot Chicken and then go through the parking lot to get to this. So I'm looking for a closer, can that be a thoroughfare or not blocked off? I notice Walmart has big, you know, containers, and it's very narrow there. Can they be asked to open it up so that there's more thoroughfare?
With that question, I think we would have to verify with the applicant who owns the property. The Walmart was given public notice to this hearing today, and they did not provide comments on the project.
Yeah, because I'm all for it, you know, but I'm very clear about Stetson and Sanderson, and I would like it more accessible fitness-wise, because I believe that's the portion of the city they're targeting for applicants to come in and use their equipment. And it just would be more accommodative to their customers and to the whole Page Plaza in general. You know, you could go to Walmart after you've worked out on your way home and go out the back of Walmart to Manassas, or, you know, to that behind there.
Well, the applicant is here to answer any questions about the project, and they'll be able to answer to see if they can speak to Walmart to see if they can make that a reality.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I have a couple. They're minor in nature. Just this location for the Planet Fitness, is this the former location of Bed Bath & Beyond?
That is correct.
Okay, and Spirit Halloween?
That is
Okay.
correct.
And then for city attorney, just wanted verification on the noticing period. Is 10-day public notice suitable time for a specific plan amendment?
Yes, I believe it is.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
The only question, not even a question, is page 66 does not need to be in there. It look like it's completely irrelevant to what we're talking about. But other than that, I don't have any questions. All right, and with that, we're going to go ahead and open a public hearing. Are there any members of the public that would like to make a comment on this item?
Just allowing time for anyone via Zoom. I don't show anyone requesting to speak, and I did not receive any electronic comments.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, may I ask for a motion from the commissioners?
I'll make a motion to adopt Planning Commission resolution recommending approval to the City Council of specific plan amendment number 24-002 to the Page Plaza specific plan and conditional use 24-002 to allow a health and fitness center within an existing 16,000 square foot retail suite, and recommend approval of CEQA exemptions from provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act under CEQA guidelines section 15301A Class 1 existing facilities and section 15061B3 of the CEQA guidelines.
Second.
Commissioners, please announce your vote. Commissioner Worth?
Aye.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Commissioner Hill?
Yes.
Vice Chair Papp?
Yes.
Chair Beamsterfer?
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, guys. That'll be my New Year's resolution. All right, moving on to item 7A for the general plan amendment, conditional use permit and tentative track parcel map for variance of the Newland Simpson project. Community Development Director Monique.
Thank you, Chair. This evening we have Daryl Taylor, our consulting senior planner. He is going to provide the Planning Commission and the community with a presentation on the project. The applicant is also here this evening that will follow up with a presentation to the Planning Commission as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll move some things around here since I have a lot of papers in front of me. Thank you, Chairman, members of the Commission. Pleasure to be here this evening. I'll walk you through the presentation. It's a little bit longish of a presentation, but we'll get through it with some pace. As mentioned, the applicant is here, and we have some other members of the team that are present, either in the audience or via Zoom, that can answer some of the technical questions or to get into more detail should we need to do that. And I'll do something that I don't like to do. I'm going to leave my glasses out because I'm suffering from this condition called AGE, and it's getting harder to read at a distance. Oh, thank you, pointer. Yeah, good. We'll see if we use that.
And Daryl, if you can speak into the microphone, so
Yeah.
we can hear you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Was I a little too quiet? All right. Normally people are telling me to tone it down, so I'll do my best. This particular project meets goal 2 of the economic opportunity. It is to ensure that Hemet is a hub and an access for quality jobs, shopping opportunity options, and varied and sustained tax base. The owner is HSL Hemet Land LLC, and Newland Capital Group, the applicant, is here in the audience, as I mentioned. Tonight, the Planning Commission's review and authority is over the general plan amendment, as well as a recommendation to the City Council to change the general plan from the current designation, which is mixed use, to business park to make it consistent with the zoning. We'll cover that a little bit more in later slides. Also, the conditional use permit that's required for, in this particular area, for warehouses that are over 400,000 square feet. There's a tentative parcel map that is going to take 2 parcels and create 3. That'll be for the ancillary trailer parking, as well as building 2 and building 1. The applicant has also submitted a variance request for parking. Again, we'll get into a little bit more of that later on, but it's a difference of about 111 spaces over all the sites. This is a vicinity map of the location. You're familiar with it. It's currently primarily vacant land. It is south of Simpson Road, north of Dominagoni Parkway, and east and western of Warren Road. These two maps depict the general plan designation. That purple is the mixed use, and the underlying zoning is the light blue, the business park. So the entitlements include a conditional use permit, 22-006. The proposed development requires, as I mentioned prior, being roughly 1.2 million square feet between both buildings. A conditional use permit because it is over 400,000 square feet. A portion of each building is dedicated to office, about 44,000 square feet for building 1 and about 15,000 square feet for building 2. General plan designation change from business park to, from mixed use to business park. Then there's tentative parcel map 23008. Again, the proposed division of one of the existing 2 parcels, creating 3 parcels. Parcel 1 being 44 net acres. Parcel 2, where building 2 is located, about 18 net acres. And then parcel 3 for the ancillary trailer parking being just over 8 acres. And as I mentioned, there's the variance request to reduce the parking from 1,367 spaces to 1,256 spaces. Skipped. Give me 1 second. I think I'm missing a slide. Ah, here it is. We'll go back. This slide talks about site circulation. So all the access is taken off of Simpson. The yellow arrows denote truck traffic. The blue arrows denote passenger vehicle traffic. So as you can see, they're separated. So on parcel 1 and parcel 2, there's one entry point roughly in the center of the site for passenger vehicle entry. And then you have these entry points too on the east and the west portion of parcel 1. One entry point on the western portion of parcel 2, and then one entry point for trailers right in the center of the ancillary trailer parking location. Building 1 has 916 parking spaces. Building 2 has 332 parking spaces. There's parking for 161 trailers, and there's 28 accessible parking spaces across both sites. Give me a second to relocate myself because the slides were a little bit different. I mixed up my papers here, forgive me. This is regional circulation, and really what I want to call your attention to here is that about 45% of the truck trips will be via State Route 74, and another 55% of the truck trips will be via State Route 79, Simpson Road accounting for 40%, and Dominagoni accounting for about 15%. This might be a little hard to read, but this is similar to what the other applicant presented as a trip generation table. And at the top, it talks about the trip generation for building 1. The second portion of the slide is for, I'm sorry, the second portion of the table is for building 2. We can come back to it. I'll move on to off-site improvements. Denoted in the lime green color are offsite improvements. For Simpson Road, there are half-width improvements. Those improvements include streetlights, curb and gutter, sidewalk, landscaping, and again, a half-width paving and dedication to the city. Along Warren, you have full-width improvements, and that will be, again, streetlights, curb and gutter, sidewalk, landscaping, full-width paving, and dedication per the general plan to the city. Project will also involve utility extension improvements, new sewer, storm drain lines, water, and recycled water connections. Next up, the site is landscaped throughout. It exceeds the city of Hemet's landscape requirements. It's landscaped at about 24, almost 25% of the site is landscaped. That's roughly north of 450,000 square feet of landscaping throughout the site. There are 111 more trees than required by the zoning code. All trees will be 24-inch box or larger. Everything's 100% drought resistant. And along Warren Road on both the eastern side and the western side, you have full screening and a full 25-foot setback. Jesus. Go back a second to see if I skipped any slides since I put mine out of order. Forgive me, I didn't. These are renderings, artist renderings, architect renderings for how the building will look. These are tilt-up construction. They tend to be square or rectangular buildings, but this is heavily articulated with a primary color being an off-white, an accent color, which is sort of a taupe or grayish brown color. You see a heavy use of fenestration on the front with colored glass and nice thick mullions. You also have some accent materials. This is a view from the side, so you get another look at how the building's mass is broken up both with landscaping and with the articulation from the colors. Towards the front, you can see that glass, and then we have some accent colors, which is that sort of yellowish banding around the entrance and north of those windows. And then right adjacent to that front entrance, there's also metal cladding as well. Here's a little bit of detail. Again, the primary colors are the first two, the off-white and the gray. Accent colors being the bronze and the goldish color, as well as the use of the corrugated metal as an accent material. And this is a view looking straight on to the front of Building 1. Get a better sense of how all of that works together. And this is a view from just off-site where you have the decorative wrought iron fencing, which is 8 feet high. There is a fencing exhibit as well, and I can walk you through that. But along the western portion, there's a 6-foot-high block wall of the western portion of Building 1, and then there's decorative wrought iron fencing around all the other portions of the site for both Building 1, 2, and the ancillary trailer parking. There is also an administrative approval for variance to height. That is permissible by the City of Hemet's municipal code. It is allowable if the but the administrative adjustment is 10% or less. In this case it is. It's going to adjust the building height to allow for a building height of up to 60 feet and 6 inches. The criteria for that adjustment is noted below. It's distance from residential areas. The minimum setback is noted as 160 feet. The rest are quite a distance away, over 200 feet, in one case 1,200 feet. This is the screening exhibit I was referencing earlier. The dashed blue lines on the north and in between each parcel, and along that southern piece that runs along Salt Creek, and then a portion to the western portion of Building 1 is all decorative wrought iron fencing, and then the dashed red line denotes a 6-foot-high block wall. The other thing to note is we have an image in the upper left of what the view would look like from Warren. So it's heavily screened. Again, we have that 25-foot setback. We have full height trees along those two frontages. And then in addition to that, we have the wrought iron fence. You also have a little bit of an elevation difference. And if you notice in the bottom right, if you can see that, you see the trees separating the lower portion of the project site. And you see cars along Warren Road. Again, one is from the west view, the other is from the east view. And in both cases, the line of sight study shows that the truck operations would be screened, and really you'd see just above the tree lines. So. This slide is to address the parking variance. The rationale for the parking variance is that the property has an unusual shape, being triangular. The 45-degree angle along Salt Creek Channel. Comparative uses in and around surrounding communities in terms of high cube warehousing, not requiring as much parking as many of the codes list. And all of this is included in the resolution, and the findings are attached therein as well. This exhibit is, again, the tentative parcel map, and really what it denotes is that there are 3 parcels, the larger Building 1 to the west, Building 2 in the center, and then the ancillary trailer parking further to the east, Parcel 1 being 44 acres, 44 and a quarter, roughly 18 for Parcel 2, and just over 8 acres for the Parcel 3. I'm going to get this clicker right, I swear. Okay, so there was an environmental determination. Again, this was a full EIR. Notice of preparation occurred between December 18th and January 19th of this year. The scoping meeting was held January 23rd of this year. Mitigation measures are included for air quality, biological resources, cultural resources, greenhouse gas, paleontological resources, as well as tribal and cultural resources. EIR did identify 4 areas where there were significant and unavoidable impacts, both in terms of agricultural resources, greenhouse gas emissions, noise, and transportation. We're asking respectfully that the commission consider and adopt a statement of overriding considerations, that the benefits outweigh the environmental impacts. All feasible mitigation measures have been imposed. There's a jobs housing balance. 80% of Hemet's residents commute to other places. Infrastructure improvements that are included, which we covered. Economic growth, and then creating an expanded employment base within the city of Hemet. I'll leave this slide up for a bit. I won't read all 9, but these are a list of the comment letters received during the 45-day review period, which was between May 17th and July 1st of this year. Public hearing and notice availability for the final EIR was published on November 22nd of this year. Public hearing comments received are noted, and letters of support received are also noted below as well. So we're asking respectfully that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Hemet recommending certification of the final environmental impact report, State Clearinghouse number 2023-12462, making the certain findings and recommending approval to adopt the statement of overriding considerations, as well as the mitigation and monitoring program. Also, to adopt a resolution recommending that the City Council adopt General Plan Amendment GPA 22-003 to change the land use designation from mixed use to business park for consistency with underlying zoning and the property. Also, to concurrently recommend approval for the conditional use permit, CUP 22-006, to construct 2 industrial warehouse buildings totaling 1.192418 million square feet, an ancillary truck trailer lot, associated on-site and off-site improvements, tentative parcel map 38800, as well as the building height exception in accordance with Hemet Municipal Code 90-1046-3, and the parking variance number 24-003. That concludes my presentation. I remain available for discussion as well as the project team, which are, some are here and some I think are on Zoom.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, and we're going to move on to commissioners. I'm sure a lot of us have questions, so
Where do you
we'll
want to
start at the end if you like and work our way this way.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions. I just wanted to focus on one of the elements that are used as rationale for this recommendation of the statement of overriding concern, and that is infrastructure improvements. So if I can just kind of get some clarification, the way that I understand the infrastructure improvements are intended to benefit the community, benefit the region, and that's why it's used as that as one of the criteria, right? That hey, because we're getting that infrastructure improvement, that overrides some of the greenhouse gas and other issues. So the infrastructure improvements consist of half street improvement of Simpson along project frontage, full street improvement of Warren along project frontage. Is there anything beyond that in terms of street improvements?
There's also the utilities, there's sidewalk, curb and gutter, there's landscape.
That's just the frontage though.
Yeah.
So it's just half street improvements, so just the south side of Simpson.
Yes, you're correct. The south side of
Okay.
Simpson and then full Warren.
And then full Warren, which is,
Yes.
I don't know, a couple hundred feet, right?
In terms of width?
Of Warren.
Yeah.
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 As far as length, I mean,
As
it's
far
just
as
from
length?
Simpson to.
I don't know the exact dimension.
Okay.
You'd
But
be more
point
familiar than
point
me.
being
Yeah.
is it's a
Yeah.
small amount. Does that also include the bridge crossing Salt Creek?
I will defer to the applicant for that, but I
Okay.
don't believe it does.
Okay.
It does not.
So we're doing a 4-lane improvement of Warren Road from Simpson to the bridge.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna neck it down to the existing 2-lane across Salt Creek? That's,
Yes.
so I guess my, and Will can get into this more, but my general right off the bat is that if one of the criteria being used for off-site improvements as a basis for making the community accept the unavoidable impacts from the EIR, I would sure hope there's more proposed than that.
Okay, Commissioner Worth and Chair, if it's okay, the applicant is here this evening, and they can further expand upon those questions that might be raised by the commission tonight. Is that
Sure.
okay?
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be plenty, but I don't know if I want to stop at each one. But I guess the question is simply, do I have it correct in terms of the extent of the infrastructure improvements?
Tom Donahue.
We're going to have a lot of questions to
You are.
ask.
Yes.
So I think it's best that we get the commissioners to ask the question first, and then the applicant can come out and execute all the questions.
Thank you,
Because a lot of
Chairman.
them are going to be repeats. So I just think for timely matter, if we can just have all the commissioners ask their question, and the applicant can execute it the right way. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Continue, John.
I'll stop there at this point. That's my main initial, just as it relates to the basis for the statement of overriding concern, that we're saying infrastructure improvements, it benefits the community enough to warrant these unmitigatable environmental impacts. That sure doesn't seem like a lot of infrastructure improvements for the community benefit. In fact, it seems less than what I would assume would be almost standard. I mean, also just add one more thing to that is that if there's a contribution to a signal at Warren and Simpson, but not the construction of that signal. So I want some clarification, but that's the way that I understand. So the extent of the infrastructure improvements condition as presented is half the street on Simpson, a full section of a few hundred feet on Warren, and nothing to the bridge crossing Salt Creek. It does not seem like that should even be listed in the statement of overriding concern, because I think that's kind of laughable.
I agree.
Okay. Page 1149, after considering the EIR, significant effects on the environment, my question is, what will be eliminated or substantially lessened specifically? That's a very general term. And the city finds that the project is in the public interest. Whose interest are we looking for? And, quote, is necessary for the public health, safety, and welfare. How so? Define how it's going to fix those and make it better for us. And yeah, I read the hydrology report. I'm big on liquefaction. Your hydrology report from Webb, Southern California Geotechnical, said that there will certainly be, during an earthquake, because of the soil, site-specific liquefaction. And then your resulting comeback in section, I believe it was Z, will have no impact. And it is suggested by the gentleman that skirting, or that it not just be a regular flat, normal, because you're out on something that's very sandy and silty. That's inherently what the Salt Creek is. So, yeah, that's a problem. And then the aesthetics. You find that the state scenic, the setback will take care of this problem, and I don't see that specifically, since how will this make it better for the Salt Creek, Creek Trail? That is in its infant stages to come into the city of Hemet. And if I'm not mistaken, it's going to go right by that. That, no setbacks going to fix that problem. And then how do you think we can get around the significant problem of the air quality? To date, today in Hemet, it was unhealthy for sensitive groups. This is without your project. We're in a bowl. I was here in the 60s and the 70s, and I am a fourth generation. I know what smog looks like. And from my home, my vantage point is very brown. So if you don't think it's a problem, I do. And I think your EIR was pretty specific in making those identifications. And so I want to know how you're going to fix it. And that's just one of my few questions.
The city.
I'll defer. Go for it.
Okay, thank you. This is for staff. So in the EIR, there were a bunch of comments that came back from a bunch of different agencies. Was there an adjustment to the EIR based on those comments? That's first question.
The applicant's consultant is here, but the purpose of that was to review the questions raised and responded to. The updates to the EIR were clarifications. However, there were no changes that would require the EIR to be recirculated.
Okay. In EIR, page 1557, there was a public hearing on January 3rd of 2024. I didn't see any response to that public hearing. If you could bring me up to speed on, comments during that period, and what was the circulation?
Yes. So when there is a scoping meeting was held at the at the library. The way that it was noticed is not as a public. It is a agendized meeting. However, we did notice in per state law. It requires you to notice within 500-foot radius, as well as, in this case, we posted on site on the property and notified of the scoping meeting. And the purpose of that meeting was just to invite the community, and we also posted on the city's website on our environmental page, as well as posting at the City Hall of the meeting. And the purpose of that meeting is just to get initial comments from the public, anyone who wants to attend. It wasn't well attended. We did have a group that came in that represent the tenants of the farmland. They were there at that meeting, and they expressed concerns about the conversion of the farmland, and just concerned that they would no longer have the ability to farm on that land.
Okay. Given the temperature of the community, I would suggest we have a continuance and then have another public hearing for this to cast a wider net and get more of a public opinion. Secondly, on aesthetics, page 1563, the effect on the scenic vista. I'm not so sure that this is in line with the general plan, specifically 3.0 community design of the general plan, specifically 3.7 neighborhood compatibility. There's probably a minor issue there. 7 open space and conservation, specifically 7.4.3 of the general plan, open space for outdoor recreation and scenic enjoyment. And most importantly, 7.6.1, smart growth, land use, and community design. Also in the EIR, page 1627, there's a section there about an AOA, analysis of alternatives, of an alternate site, no project, no build, reduced project. I think that we're either all in on this or we're not. So maybe these alternatives could be explored. And another section that concerns me being in compliance with the general plan is 4.0 circulation. And that's kind of what Commissioner Worth was getting to in section 4.2.1, which is grid roadway system. I'm not so sure that we've thought this through completely in that regard. I might suggest that there is a joint meeting between us and the city council to talk about some of these issues and continue this until we get that resolved.
Staff want to answer to that?
I'd be happy to, Chair, if I could. Commissioner Hill, obviously, the decision on what to do with the application rests with the commission. I can report to you that in both October of this year and November of this year, the City Council held one special City Council meeting regarding imposing a moratorium on warehouse and logistics uses. And they received an update on warehouse and logistics uses at their last regular meeting, regardless of when they'd been filed, so even if they were very close to being completed. The City Council rejected that moratorium by a vote of 4-1, and made clear that changing the rules midway through or towards the end of an application, in this case one that had been in process since 2021, didn't seem equitable. They felt that we have a development application process in place now that allows for an analysis on a case-by-case basis of these uses, and their direction to staff was to continue processing those applications and to bring it forward. They received an update at the November meeting to talk about what future regulations could look like in this area, and once again we're asked, what do you want staff to do? And their direction again was continue to process the applications that already exist. The moratorium, there will be a moratorium that will be considered by the City Council on warehouse and logistics uses at their regular meeting in December. The instructions to staff was that moratorium affect only applications filed after the date of the moratorium. The City Council also directed the scheduling of a special City Council meeting, I believe it's on December 16th, Monday, December 16th, where they will be discussing updating rules and regulations for warehouse and logistics uses. If they do pass the moratorium, the goal would be to put a halt on applications while they work on those updated regulations. However, it was made abundantly clear to staff that the direction for the council was not to delay processing the application that we have in front of us until a joint meeting or future regulations could be developed, but to review the projects that you have the information in front of, and to get recommendations on whether to approve or deny the project based on the standards we have now. So I wanted to communicate that to you and your colleagues. Again, that is, the action on what to do today is up to you. But it was pretty clear to staff at those two council meetings that the council's desire was that these applications be processed and either a recommendation to approve it or a recommendation to deny it come before them.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
I have quite a few questions. Some of them are for staff, some of them, most of them for the applicant. I'm just gonna kind of go through this. I'm a little bit all over the place. I apologize for that. Maybe this one's more for staff. Regarding the conditional use permit, does this apply to the entire site, the conditional use permit, or is it only for the building that exceeds 400,000 square feet? Meaning, is building 1 covered under the CUP and building 2 not covered under the CUP?
So this is a unified project. This is one project, one tentative parcel map. So we would, the conditional use permit would include the entire project.
The entire project, okay. So let's say, for example, this project is built, there's 2 different tenants, at least 2, 1 in each building, maybe more. One's deemed to be a bad operator. Can the city revoke the conditional use permit? Because conditional use permits are typically issued for use, not for the size of a building. So if it can be revoked, that would then affect both buildings and all tenants. Is it possible for the CUP to be revoked?
I'll handle that one. So there are options beyond revocation there's also modification. And so in that instance, if we did have a situation where somehow we had two different tenants, one wasn't complying with the CUP, one was, I think the sort of reasonable and equitable path for the city to consider at that point would be a modification to the CUP that would affect only the operation of the bad actor, not a revocation of the entire CUP where we have an operator who is acting in good faith and complying with the terms of the CUP.
If the project were to be approved, I would recommend modifications to the conditions of approval that would make that clear.
Very good.
Next item regarding the Warren Road improvements. So this is not widening the bridge. This is strictly from the north side of the bridge to Simpson. And then Simpson itself, we're talking about one side of the road fronting the project. Now, if this project were to be built, it's conceivable there will be truck traffic exiting the site, heading easterly on Simpson Road, making the curve, turning onto Warren Road. There's no widening improvement proposed for that curve to accommodate additional truck traffic. It's something I would like to hear about, if there are any plans to do that. With respect to the loss of prime farmland, I believe the staff report and the environmental impact report discussed the loss of a little over 9 acres of prime farmland, almost 10, and if I recall correctly, approximately 60 acres total. Understand that the property is not zoned for agriculture purposes. However, it's been farmed and leased out for farming for as long as I can remember, and I've been in the valley, I was introduced to Hemet in probably 1983. I've been around for a while. And I've seen the
newbie.
I've seen the area actively farmed for that entire amount of time. There are general plan policies and there are implementation measures that talk about things like access to healthy food options. How does this project comply with that particular land use policy? Removing prime farmland is the exact opposite of providing healthier food options that are locally grown. With respect to the parking reduction variance, it was explained to us that that was due to the irregular shape and layout of the existing lots, but we heard no discussion about the project alternatives. So I would like to know if any of the project alternatives were evaluated for parking, and if any of the alternatives were recommended ultimately by the city council for approval, would there be a need for a parking reduction? I'm gonna go on to this one later, so let's see. I'll come back to a couple of these.
Yeah.
If the project is approved in any configuration, any of the alternatives, there'll be a significant increase in the amount of impervious surface in that area. I understand WCAMP requirements and things of that nature, SWIP plans, but when we have a 100-year rain event, on that amount of impervious surface, what will be done to ensure that no fats, oils, greases, solids, fuels, anything else gets into Salt Creek? Salt Creek is a very sensitive habitat for a multitude of flora and fauna that could be significantly impacted by those kinds of constituents entering Salt Creek. They call them 100-year rain events, which we have about every year. I'm not sure why they're 100-year events. I went over the access to healthy food options. I believe I couldn't find them. I was looking in the general plan for the actual policies related to that, but I recall those because I worked for the city at the time those were being considered. With respect to the alternatives, again, I'd like to hear a discussion on what are the project alternatives, a description of how they differ from what's proposed as the selected alternative. There was a statement in the final environmental impact report for this project that discussed the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. There's also an EIR for the general plan and a mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the City of Hemet general plan. I didn't see a discussion regarding whether or not the mitigation measures proposed for this project are consistent with the mitigation measures proposed for the general plan EIR. So I'd like to know if there was a consistency analysis that was done. With respect to the implementation measures of the general plan, the 30-year general plan, I believe Dominagoni Parkway is designated as a scenic road in that vicinity. And there's a discussion, it's implementation measure CD-P-1 under community design that talk about gateways, community gateways and entrances into the city. That is an entrance to the city. Is there any plan for enhanced landscaping, any kind of city entryway statement as part of this project? Also related to the community design implementation measures, it talks about design guidelines for commercial and industrial projects. And one of the things that's discussed in the implementation measures are walkable elements in the projects, even industrial projects. And it talks about discouraging inward-facing developments. I'd like to know what is being done or what can be done to make the development more walkable and accessible to the exterior. And lastly, for now, I reserve the right to flap my gums a little more later. In order to approve this project, the environmental impact report is asking this body and the city council to adopt findings and a statement of overriding consideration. Now, my understanding of CEQA and how it works is to adopt those statements of overriding consideration. It needs to be demonstrated that the benefits of the project outweigh the unavoidable and significant impacts that will be created by this project. And I'd like to know in what way or ways do the significant and do the benefits of the project outweigh those significant and unavoidable impacts? And I think that will do it for me for now.
Would the staff like to answer any of those questions?
I'm going to defer to the applicant's environmental team.
Okay.
Based on the techniques, there are some really technical questions that should be responded to.
A
by
lot
the
of
applicant.
technical questions have been brought up, and I'm just going to add a little bit to it because a lot of my questions came from the panel as well. But my understanding that you guys have a total of 2,539 cars on a daily trip coming to and from the facility with trucks and passenger cars. And I'm going to piggyback off of Commissioner Worth and Vice Chair Papp on the halfway street improvement on Simpson. I think that with this amount of traffic that's coming to and from the facility, I think the applicant maybe should work with the city and possible the neighboring property to do a full street improvement and later on get your cut back once the applicant comes in across the street from you. Because I feel that that's a lot of traffic for only a half street improvement. The other question is looking at the EIR report, it did show that this, because we look at case by case, this project is well over the air quality that is recommended. And the only solution really to bring down that percentage would be looking into EV semi-trucks, electric semi-trucks to cut back on the emission. And what is the applicant's approach to cutting down the emissions? And because a lot of these public are going to complain and be concerned about the air quality, and they have every right to do so. So my question is as we're moving into a more electric vehicle approach, what is the applicant's plan on allowing this to be more economical friendly? You mentioned agricultural land. And another thing too that I know the city's gonna be discussing is kind of as, what Councilwoman Kendrick mentioned, is a good neighbor policy. With these warehouses coming in, we want to, with the traffic that they generate, we want to definitely create a good neighbor policy with these warehouses, and that's something that's not quite in writing and set in stone. That's why we're having this workshop coming up in December. And I just want the applicant to be maybe informed that we are going to discuss what we would like from the warehouses to contribute more yearly into the environment, because I really don't think, as like Vice Chair Papp said, half the street, I just don't think what you're bringing to the table to improve the circulation, it's not enough. I think we need to take care of the entire street there on Simpson. And I'm just gonna leave that up to the applicant to answer. I know you got a lot of questions, so you're welcome to, I need to open a public hearing, do I? I was gonna go ahead and open up public hearing. I made the applicant approach the podium.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Tom Donahue. I am with Newland Capital Group, the applicant. I think what I want to do is take a moment to speak to each of your questions in a vague manner, just to know that we've researched and worked to address them. We have a presentation by EPD Solutions, who is our environmental consultant, that will answer all the questions you have more specifically. But I think I think as you can see, the public is interested, and I think I can speak a little more layman's terms to the questions, and then hand it off to the technical team. And then knowing the residents' concerns, we brought traffic experts, air, noise, gas experts. So if we wanted to get a little more into the details, we can. I had two things to talk to. One, I wanted to commend the staff of the city. They are professional and have the constituents' backs. And I know this is hard to hear from this group, but maybe if I could turn around and just ask, because I think you guys are, a lot of you are from the Solera neighborhood that I walked. I'd just like to hear from you guys how long you think this has been in planning. Because I think there's a concern that there wasn't a process. So if you want to just yell out how many months.
Chair, I'd
It's okay.
recommend that we direct the comments to the commission.
That's okay. I think, I guess this is my point. There's a misconception that this project has been rushed by the city. November 2021 was when this project first got shown to Monique in the city. It has been 37 months, and we can't get a permit yet. We still have 8 more months for permitting. So the city has been looking at this project, fighting for the constituents, and has been working in the background for 37 months, and the EIR is just now coming along to the Planning Commission. The background there, and I think that the commissioners have been acutely aware that they are referencing page numbers like 1,127, 1,369. There is a document on this project that is over 1,100 pages long on an environmental impact report. Your team has looked at it, read it, commented on it, put it out for public review. The answers that I'm about to give aren't going to make anybody happy. I went to the Solara community. I walked it. Walked it for about 4 hours. There's 532 homes there. I did not get to all of them. I knocked on 40 doors, talked to 19 people, and I got 16 no's and 3 yeses, which is a better ratio than I thought. But here's what I'd like you guys to know that I heard out loud. These 532 residents live in a beautiful community. They consider it their island. It was built by Del Webb, and it is the perfect square of houses in your community. It is everything they've looked at. I've talked to a lot of people that just moved in and are furious that this project have come up. So the issues that I'm going to answer to you guys and speak to is because I hear your community, and I'd also like you guys to know, and this maybe goes to point number 1. Well, I'll call it point number 1, but it was Commissioner Clark. Benefits. Community benefit. I think when you guys talk about the 92,386 residents in your community per the 2023 census, there's 92,000 people in your community that need jobs and are tired of commuting out of Hemet to work. The community needs this project. There are, and I did this in the handout when I went door to door. There's $1.1 million of school fees that are due from the impact fees. Not that I want to bring it up, but I'm also the other warehouse guy for Kirby. I know. However, the reason this is important is because I hand-delivered a check for $855,000 to the Hemet Unified School District. That is a huge community benefit to your students. And there's another $1.1 million coming from this project in development fees. So when we speak to the community benefit and you do an EIR, it's very easy to talk about the farm that is leaving. It's very easy to watch the trucks and the autos coming, but it is development, and that has a benefit to it. I don't know what the other 91,800 residents of Hemet are talking about on this project. I absolutely know the 500 that are behind me. So to speak to each of the questions, and then I will defer to my technical team. And then I'll be available during follow-up questions. And I don't know how the public goes with taking turns, but if they have a concern I haven't addressed, I would be glad to be here all night talking about the project. Commissioner Worth, infrastructure. You mentioned frontage improvements. That does not include the $2.4 million in impact fees for infrastructure. So if you build this project in a 3D manner, like I do in my head, you do get frontage improvements on Warren and Simpson, and then you also get a $2.4 million check for the city's infrastructure account that does not service our project. So that actually goes to fixing other roads that aren't ours. The frontage roads, and I think multiple commissioners have spoken about this. I think that I believe if the commission is looking to approve or deny tonight, and there are a list of concerns that you guys have had, I think frontage roads being what's typical half width plus 1, which is you build to the center line and you do 1 lane. I think that as the developer, I would tell you if this is one of your concerns, I would I would sign up here today to having the city attorney and Monique redraft a condition of approval that changes our frontage improvements to full width, so that at least when cars are making a radius and are out of our property, there's an extra lane or two for the residents to pass by. One other thing, and it gets a little technical, but our infrastructure is actually going over a mile away. Our sewer and storm both have to go a mile to, I believe, the west to pick up storm drain and sewer. So there are auxiliary properties in between that will utilize our utilities. Commissioner Clark, you talked about the benefits. I think I addressed those, at least to my opinion, or best way I can speak to an EIR, talking about, you know, unmitigated negative declarations.
Well, I think my issue was your comment in your report, and is necessary for the public health, safety, and welfare. How so?
So I think this is going to speak also to the food, Commissioner Papp. When you take our project and you ask a specific question like that, I think it also has to do with healthy food options. I'm not sure that's a reasonable reason to deny the project, to the extent that a McDonald's that's been approved, or an In-N-Out. I'm not sure healthy foods should be a reason that the commission would deny. And for the same token here, you're asking, is this project a benefit to the city?
That's what you
Security.
State. That's what's being stated.
Yes.
So what I want to know is how so.
Okay. So on that particular question, I'll punt it. I'll let my team answer it better, so that I can keep it kind of high level, and they'll address your concern there.
Okay.
The next one you talked about was soils.
Correct.
This is a very common soils condition for the Inland Empire, because the San Bernardino Mountain, the whole mountain range comes right down to an alluvial fan. Okay, great. So this is a common soils condition. You referenced the spread footings, which is
That is your web. That is your.
Can I have you
report.
closer to the microphone, Commissioner Clark?
That is your web. That is your hydrology report.
Okay.
It states it, and it states that you should, if you want to reduce the impact of an earthquake, the owner should consider other options with their foundation.
right. So that is, like I said, it's typical. The structural engineer we're going to be using is Kramer, who is well known in the Inland Empire for industrial warehouses. So that design will be specific to the soils type, and will take in consideration liquefaction and geo conditions. So I don't know how deep we want to go into that one, but it's handled. Talked about the trail, and I can appreciate that. Has the trail been built? I know it's in development, right?
Half of it has been built, Menifee.
And does it go across our site though yet?
No, there's a plan, though. There's a future phase to plan.
Okay, so I mean, I guess the creek's not off limits for no build, no construction, no development. I think you just want to ensure that aesthetically, when you're running down the trail, because I'm a long distance runner, so I've between Santa Ana River Trail and even up through Hemet, Paris, and San Jacinto, there are different conditions of running trails. Which speaks to one of the other commissioners talking about walkability. So walkability, trails, aesthetics. I think it's very difficult for the city of Hemet right now with some of the public walkways on Warren Simpson. I think I drove it and I didn't see public sidewalks as of today. So our warehouses, as you can see by the circulation, the employees have a ton of space to walk. It's got acreage. So they're walking to the public right away, they're walking around the site. The employees that are there working will have walkability. I'd love to suggest one day that the trail comes through on the creek, connects to Warren, and right to the public street, public sidewalks that we've installed on Warren and Simpson to give that connectivity. I just don't know what that plan is for Hemet yet. So for my project, we'll do frontage, sidewalks, and it'll eventually tie into your general plan.
Chair?
Yeah,
Can
go
I
ahead.
ask a question of Mr. Donahue?
Absolutely.
Not to ruin your flow.
Go.
Would the applicant agree to a condition of approval to fund a portion of the Salt Creek Trail that is along the southern frontage of your project? Now, I believe it's actually on the opposite side of the creek from your project, but we're talking about the trail.
Yes, and I guess we're gonna start keeping a list, because I've got, and I mean this sincerely to, and I know I need to address the commissioners, but I mean this sincerely to the community. We are looking for this project to have public comments today, address the public comments, work with staff and the commissioners to put together a project that could be actually approved today. So when we're talking about your concerns, the first one was full width right of way. Yes, Moni can draft that. I don't know what kind of trail this is, but if it's decomposed granite,
No.
Chair, if I could real quick, just to clarify, the first concern that I listed was not just full street improvements. That's just one of the elements of the criteria used for the statement of overriding consideration is that the infrastructure improvements override the non-mitigatable impacts of the project. And to me, focused on just frontage, even if it's full street, which I appreciate that concession. Everything off-site of this, obviously you're doing sewer because you need to, doing storm drain because you need to. That's not an element of the statement of overriding consideration. You're asking, like Chair or like Vice Chair Papp said, for us to approve an environmental document in spite of the fact that there's non-mitigatable impacts. And I'm personally, the main one I want to focus on in my perspective is the infrastructure. There's a lot of other questions I think can be answered, but I just feel that funneling all those 3,235 passenger car equivalents every day down existing torn up roads, a 2-lane bridge crossing that you can't even turn right on now if there's a red light because there's no right turn lane. So you can't exit Dominagoni or you can't enter Dominagoni heading west because there's no right turn lane. To me, we need to start on how you connect to the existing infrastructure that's proven. That is an infrastructure improvement to the community that would help offset the impact, not just frontage.
Thank you. I appreciate that. you're speaking right from the community through yourself. So I hear you, and I also don't know what to do about it. The general plan is set up to kick in a nexus study, which the city has done, that speaks to how much development is coming to vehicles, to what your community needs, and that nexus study, spits out your impact fees. Our impact fee on top of our frontage is $2.4 million. So I don't know what else, I don't know what else to agree to, because everything outside my frontage, I'm already on the hook for $2.4 million of infrastructure impact fees. So standing at the podium today, I hear you, but that's what the impact fees are to address those issues.
So I guess the question then would then maybe go to staff, is the $2.1 million of impact fees going to support these infrastructure improvements to address the community's concerns by the time there's a C of O issued and they're operating? Or is it going to be something that goes into an account that maybe 10, 15, 20 years down the road, we get some improvements, and in the meantime, we're dealing with a two-lane road, 3 two-lane roads, all of which are in pretty poor shape, and we're expecting that to last. And then kind of fast forward a little bit. If ultimately we end up with a moratorium, then we're going to have this isolated $1.2 million warehouse facility that is stranded by unimproved or hardly improved roads. So I guess the question is that $2.1 million investment that's being made by the applicant to the city, is that going to address those issues in time for this to be operational?
So the development impact fee program that the city has established, I know that the commissioner asked the question to staff. I think the commissioner knows the answer to this question, but I'm going to answer it anyway for the edification of the public. The city has a development impact fee program. The city studies the future infrastructure needs of the city. It bases those needs on anticipated development in the future. It assesses a fee that is proportionate to the impacts of that anticipated development. The money comes in from the development. The city then spends it as the money comes in on projects that are too expensive for one individual project to fund by itself. So I think the answer to Commissioner Worth's question is it's probably somewhere in the middle. It's not going to happen immediately, because development impact fee funded projects typically rely on multiple projects coming in to receive sufficient funding. Oftentimes that funding is tied to other sources of funding, such as county, state, federal funding. So for example, if you were going to build a bridge, we'd probably look at 10 to 30% of that funding would be coming from local sources like DIF. The rest would be coming from state and federal sources. So I don't think 15 years is probably too long. In fact, under our DIF program, we have to evaluate how we've spent the money every 5 years or so. But no, it wouldn't be immediate either. The development impact fee program is how this city has funded most major infrastructure projects in the last 10 years. And that is funded by development that has already occurred. So it lags the demand, right? So development occurs, it creates traffic, for example. We accumulate money, we do the project once we have enough. But it usually lags by a few years, yes.
And that's the concern that I have, and that it's not, there's not a, I don't see that infrastructure as an element that should even be included in the statement of overriding consideration, because that's standard for every project that meets environmental requirements. If all we're talking about is a developmental impact fee, every project has to pay developmental impact fee, even if they are able to mitigate all of the all of the issues raised with the environmental document. I would assume this would be something more if it's going to offset the unmitigatable impacts.
So I think this is the point where we kind of maybe agree that some of these things in the EIR are objective, maybe 1,200 pages of it, and some of it is subjective. And I think that's maybe where we're getting caught up, is on the subjective piece, where it's making a statement that the 1,200 pages of environmental impact review have offset those impacts. And in a subjective manner, I believe this brings the community a better development, and other people are going to disagree because it's subjective.
What's not subjective
Sorry.
is the number of vehicles in the traffic, and that part, I think, is a very significant issue.
And I think we want to address that with the technical team in 2 minutes, if I can wrap up some of the
Sure.
other. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Okay. Commissioner Hill, I think I've hit on a lot of the topics you had. One of the things you're looking for is alternates, and why an industrial warehouse here would be better than something else. And that also goes down the line to, it's been a farm. It's never been zoned for a farm, but it should be a farm. And so we have in our presentation the different truck trips and car equivalents of business park, industrial, residential, and retail. And what you're going to find, and this also goes to the parking variance, is that for this amount of acreage, an industrial warehouse will actually use less vehicles than the other uses. And the way you see that is density. The auto parking has been reduced because, of course, a lot of our acreage has palletized products inside, right? And there is an office component, which is where a lot of the admin jobs come from. But the actual vehicle trips, we will address that in the alternates, and that'll give you a little insight into why we think this isn't the devil we all think it is, but I'll let them deal with that. Vice Chairman, it's quite the list. And I think a lot of these items that you've spoken to are already addressed. There was one that you talked about, the 100-year flood, which is annually, of course. So what you're not seeing subterranean right now out at the Kirby site is underground chambers. So it is a requirement, and I think Commissioner Clark referred to this as the WQMP, the Water Quality Management Plan. It is reviewed and extremely ripped up by the staff here to make sure that it's accurate. All the water, all the rain that lands on our site has to be treated to a 100-year level. So underneath the ground is about $7 million worth of chambers that holds the water and has water quality between the storm drains on site and those chambers. And then where those chambers hold the water, it percolates into the ground underneath. So when we're talking about where our water goes and is it going to hit the channel, no, it gets cleaned first. And we're talking all of it. It is a huge investment, and it's what's required these days.
I understand the investment.
Okay.
But the investment, the statute requires you to capture the first 3 hours, 3 hours of duration. We have rain events frequently that exceed 3 hours duration. So is that first flush that's captured in all those subterranean chambers going to catch all the fats, oils, and greases that are in that first flush?
Yes, sir.
How do we know that?
And I don't know if you guys want to call Miss Jolene, your engineer, to the. She's on this. She's like a hydrology expert. So
Sure.
you have somebody on staff that is holding my civil engineer extremely accountable for that answer.
Okay, what method of filtration is being used there before the release of that water? Because it's not going to stay there forever.
I
It will
have
be
no idea.
released.
No, I mean, it's a filtration program,
Yes.
and then the water goes into the chambers, and the water slowly percolates back into the water table so that you have a healthy water table, and that the water's not all just going into the channels and then into the ocean. So there's two parts of it. One is the water quality, and then the other is for the health of the site. The water goes back in and percolates back into the water table. That's a real thing.
So you will have on-site detention basins that, from the underground chambers, will be discharged to percolate on-site?
It's all being done without seeing above the ground, but yes, sir. They're detention chambers.
It's percolating directly from the below-ground chambers?
Yes, sir. They're perforated pipes. That's what they are.
So
And they're 120 inches tall, so it's a 10-foot. We drive trucks in them. They're huge.
Okay.
I have cool pictures from today's walk at Kirby. They're outside. If you would like to see them, they are at Kirby above ground. They just got delivered by 37 semi-trucks. That's how big the system is.
So effectively, these are acting as extremely large leach lines from a septic system?
Yeah.
I mean, outside of referencing a sewer, yes, the storm version, the clean water version, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And Beam is Durfer. Sir? All right. You talked about EV trucks. That is not a reality yet. So this will swoop up a couple of the letters that were responded to by the Environmental Justice Alliance and other letter sending concerned environmental groups. I would like to add a condition of approval that might help, but also tell you why it's going to be limited. Southern California Edison does not have the amount of power you guys need for EV trucks. And definitely not at this site do they have the infrastructure or the wire or the poles to get me enough juice for 10 EV trucks. I mean, we're just not there as a community or a state. So, although it would be unreasonable to require EV trucks and EV truck chargers, what I would like to sign up for is conduits to the truck courts. So basically, when the technology and the infrastructure catches up to our project, we will have conduits already in place that a tenant or user can easily start charging their EV trucks just by installing the chargers. And that would be something that I think would help.
I understand this, they already have the trucks in making, and I understand the grid is not able to handle the amount, all the trucks. I know we can't do all the trucks, but at least we can use a certain percentage to cut back on emissions, at least, and accommodate kind of what the future laws are coming down from the state to accommodate more of the environmental friendly trucks. You are using solar, aren't you? Is the entire roof gonna be solar?
Solar on the roof, yes. Entire roof, no.
Okay. So, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but if we have more solar, we can have more battery storage to be able to power EV trucks.
I'm not sure all of that is a connection to, we don't have the grid for it.
Okay. At this time, I know that we don't have the off-grid, we talked about that too, so.
I-
I just would like to
This goes back
see-
to some of the infrastructure issues.
I understand
and-
EV trucks are heavier too than a traditional diesel truck. And I understand that when a diesel sits idle for a while, it tends to double the concentrate of the emissions.
Yep.
And so with your semi-trucks, how often are they sitting idle
Never.
in between deliveries?
Something special about this project is we already have the tenant in tow. So we are, and this should be for the community to know this. This project is not speculative. We are not coming out here with a couple $100 million worth of warehouses that are gonna sit here vacant with a sign that says for lease. We have a tenant. It is, they already have 4 locations between New Jersey, Rialto, and, Kirby, right? So they've already started doing job fairs over at Kirby, and they will have another one coming up soon, so that they are hiring local Hemet residents. And then at this site, for 1.2 million square feet, it will follow the same pattern. Talking to your logistics idling issue, this tenant is in third-party logistics. So although they carry products for Walmart, Costco, Target, and the like, they are not labeled as such. So these guys work on moving product fast and keeping costs down. So one of the things they're investing in the beginning is shipping and receiving lounges off of the truck courts. So this is specifically for a tractor trailer to pull up to the dock, turn off the truck, walk into the office, get their paperwork done, walk back out to the truck, and check out at the guard shack. They have really focused on reducing idling time at the yards. That is where logistics has come to, mostly because of the EIR. 1,200 pages tells you, turn the damn trucks off.
That percentage of 122% on the air emissions on the EIR, is that with them turning off the trucks?
No, so I think the 122 is a typical number that I don't get to modify. One of the things that is objective about the EIR is I don't get to go in there and say, well, my trucks aren't idling, so I should be at 99% on the air quality. They plug in the rates for us. So that's why it's put out that number.
So you have a bona fide renter.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it the same renter at Kirby?
Yes.
Okay. Because this was part of the next question I was going to ask you, because when we were here for Kirby, the only reason why I even entertained that thought was that you told me that you had the place rented, and I asked you why were you doing this speculative, and that's when you said you had. And you said, in this economy, it would be, I forget technically what the term was, but you said to me, the economy wouldn't support it unless there was a tenant already. So everything I have here says it was speculative. What changed?
Okay, 2 things, and I don't like correcting you. It wasn't me.
Okay,
Sorry.
fine, but
I just
you as
so
a
everybody, I
entity-
mean, I wasn't here for the Kirby, so sorry, but
No,
it
it's
wasn't me.
fine, but
Okay.
you are
But
who you
same
are
thing,
there.
Same thing would have been true to this project. So, as the developer, we're going to take this project through the process. Nobody wants to hear me whine, but 37 months to get a project to you guys is the epitome of California bureaucracy. So I would make a statement that no tenant is ever going to wait 37 months to get into planning commission, 8 months for permitting, and another 13 months for construction. That is a 5-year commitment. So the EIR is done based on a speculative business model because there is no tenant willing to wait 60 months for their building to get ready. But today, 37 months later, I can tell you, we gladly have a tenant. It's the same way as Kirby, and this will not be an empty building. They are willing to wait for the other 20 months. I'd like to make an offer that before we listen to me some more, I do have a small presentation by the technical team, and then public speaking and forum, and I don't know, is there anything else?
Allocated commission, we watch the presentation? Yeah. Okay, let's watch that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair, Commission, and the community here tonight to speak tonight. Jeremy Kraut, EPD, and we're a planning firm, environmental firm, so I recognize a number of these comments from potentially be a professional planner, but I appreciate the comments, and I'm going to try to address those after I do the presentation, if that's all right. So I'll go through that. A number of the slides that I do have in my presentation were addressed by your very capable staff, and I appreciate the very thorough review, and then some of the comments that Mr. Donahue mentioned in his presentation. So I may be speeding through a number of those slides. If you want me to stop at any of them, please tell me. Happy to do that. I just as Mr. Donahue said, I do want to recognize your staff. We're a planning firm. We work in a lot of cities, a lot of counties. We work with a lot of staff. Your staff is very capable. They have really thought through this project. The timeline that you heard, it's not something that is unusual from a standpoint of the community's involvement. I heard some concerns when that timeline was represented that they may have felt like they were not involved in all of that time frame. This is a typical process from a planning and development perspective. Like that review process, there is a hired staff that the city council obviously selects their staff and their team to represent the community, implement the ordinances, the general plan, and requirements of the city. And so that is what the staff does during that time period, and they've done that very well. We've worked with them very closely through that. So just want to recognize that, and I did hear some of the concerns about the community. It's not just a black hole where the project suddenly pops out. It is something that your staff goes through page by page, plan by plan, detail by detail, and really thinks through that and understands what the impacts might be. So want to just mention that before I kick off my review, or presentation, I should say. All right, so we heard about the applicant, the owner of the site, who is before you, and I want to just add that the important perspective also to add to that is that we see a lot of speculative development, and again, this is not a speculative development, and some of the differences in there is that there is a very long-term thinking that goes into this project. They do think about the ownership for the long term because they do not want to produce a site or development that in 5 years, 10 years, even 15 years will be falling apart, will be having impacts that will violate the city's ordinances, any other environmental requirements as well. So there is a very concerted effort to create a quality project in your community. You have that benefit with this project, as you heard with the tenant involved. Talked about the site and the general plan. I will just mention from the planning perspective, and I'd want Monique to address anything in more particular if you have the question. The mixed use designation in the general plan does allow light industrial. That is something that is allowed there today. So this use is allowed. However, in going into the details of the general plan, there are some nuances about the percentage of industrial within the area that this project is located, and so that's why the general plan amendment was proposed, to bring it also into conformance with the zoning as well, which is, in planning perspective, a little bit different than what we normally do, but it's because of the allowance for light industrial in this general plan designation that felt best to go to the consistent general plan designation as the zoning. Oh, I just mentioned with the site details that you see before you, one thing to mention, I know that the size of the buildings are pretty substantial, that are from a community's perspective, not seeing a lot of these, and the commission potentially. The office feature or the office sizes are very substantial. When you look at those on their own of 44,000 square feet, that is a large office in a community like this, and it also is representing the number of employees that are going to be on the property, earning pay and having jobs on the site. So that's important to recognize. The smaller building obviously has a smaller office size to reflect the number of people out in there as well. One of the questions I think we heard about is how the truck drivers that come to the site, are they going to be sleeping in their trucks? We addressed that before, but the internal to the building, there are spaces for them to wait as their trucks are unloaded as well, so they wouldn't be in their trucks running them. We heard about the tenant and some of the users that their clients, I should say, where they bring the product to. All these users, some of which are in your community, some are outside your community, but importantly, this tenant, the company, they provide this service that brings the goods in, organizes it, and delivers it to these businesses that many of us shop at. We talked about the landscaping. I will just add a couple things because I know view and aesthetics were a number of comments there. We can get into some of the specifics when I go through the questions, but in particular, there was a lot of effort in looking at landscaping on the site, and your staff, again, was very intent on identifying where landscaping was important to recognize the gateway element of a community coming in from Dominagoni along Simpson and Warren as well, to make sure that the edge conditions do not reflect just a hard edge of just the building. There is multi-layered landscaping with trees that are appropriately spaced to allow for their growth without suffocating them, and they are spaced very closely, but with that recognition to make sure that they will survive. Also on the western edge of the site, against El Fuego, there's landscaping as well, a 15-foot landscape setback and wall screening on that side of the site as well. We addressed some of the views in terms of the landscaping along the frontage and the screening, so I won't keep on those. And then the cross sections that looked at the relative site condition to the road on Warren. We already addressed that, and we talked a little bit about the community benefits. We can address that a little bit further, but this slide just identified some of the extensive improvements, which were, in total, millions of dollars that would be $1 million to more than $1 million of improvements, multi-million, I should say. And of those, I guess important to Commissioner Worth's your question is, these are frontage improvements that are needed. People drive on these streets today, and without a project like this wouldn't happen. True, it is along the frontage, but that's the excessive amount or excess amount that is paid for through the additional impact fees. We can talk about that further. I just wanted to at least identify that these are improvements that are needed today and would occur because of the project. We talked about the fee contributions of 2.4 and 1.1 to the school district. Now on jobs, I think that's another consideration that was identified in the EIR. Again, jobs are an important factor. There are 1,158 permanent jobs that would be created as a result of the project. Additionally, 200 yearly seasonal jobs are needed as we get into the holidays. There are union construction jobs, importantly for the site, to ensure that the construction is done in a very quality manner. Again, back to the long-term plan for this. And then from an income standpoint, there are income levels that are strata from the mid hundreds to the six figures, especially for the management staff that would be on the site. So as far as the recurring and one-time contributions and benefits that are occurring because of the project, this is a little small to see, I recognize. But I'll just identify some of the important highlights. So we talk about the jobs, but there's also what the jobs create as far as output in the economic terms to the community of over 135 million on a recurring basis. Now, this is based on a fiscal impact analysis that a fiscal impact consultant looked at for this project and for this area of Riverside County. And those are, again, what the people, it's not about, always about, or I should say not solely about the people that are coming in and working in the buildings. This is about what they also do to the community in terms of spending within the community before and after work, on the weekends for the people that are here today. So that's a large, these are some additional amounts of value or benefits that the project is bringing. Labor income totaling 70 million of direct. These are all direct numbers versus indirect, which is, again, what the add-on effects of serving the businesses that are out there, which are far in excess of that, in the hundreds of millions and tens of millions in various levels that we're talking about here. From job creation standpoint, there has been interest in the community for jobs on the site. They've received that in the Kirby project and have been working with the community to identify those jobs. These are just emails requesting information about jobs on the Kirby site as well as this site. We talked about, or Mr. Donahue talked about the jobs, or sorry, the community outreach that he has done, so I won't cover that again. We did some of the community concerns, which are similar to what the commission brought up, were traffic, air quality, greenhouse gas pollution, road quality, and then some of the positives that was heard about jobs creation, road improvements as a result of the project, the fees that support improvements that would happen in the community, and the fees to the school district. I will note that I know air quality was brought up a number of times from the, again, pure objective side of the analysis from air quality. There is not a significant overriding impact, a significant impact, I should say, for air quality. It wasn't greenhouse gas, so. Outreach, we heard about the support letters. We did have an email set up for anybody to submit any comments that we could, and for us to go out and meet with them. No emails have been received from the flyers that were sent out. Traffic distribution was handled by your staff, so I won't cover that because I know that will get into more detail that may be coming. But I will just identify, Mr. Donahue brought up the truck traffic comparisons. So again, purely from a planning standpoint, to look at what is allowed in your general plan and the uses that could occur on the site. This is a strata of various bar charts or bars representing different land uses on your in the allowed uses within the general plan. The far left one is actually more than what the project is producing. This is, if you're to say the max amount that could be built on the site doesn't hit your max FAR, your max floor area ratio. So if it was to hit the highest level, then it'd be about 2,500 trips. As we heard, it's about a little over 2,000. Then it goes from left to right, industrial high cube use, which is a different type of warehousing use than what's proposed, to industrial uses, and that would be like a business park type use, which have about 7,000 trips. So again, more than double what the project, well over double what the project produces. And then we have single family, mixed use, another type of industrial that has a little bit more intensive business park or office use that drives up. Actually, I think it was manufacturing than more business use or office use. And then commercial use is on the far right. These are all allowed uses within the mixed use designation. And important to that is, again, back to the question of what is the benefit, why this project versus something else. And I think the important thing is all of these uses, given that they have higher traffic numbers, would have more impacts than what the project is producing. Some of which wouldn't have as many trucks, obviously. Some would have more passenger vehicles, but they would have similar impacts that would occur. So when you look at a project like this that is providing jobs, when you're looking at the infrastructure that, yes, it is related to close by to the site, but also additional improvements, when you're considering the economic drivers that are occurring because of the project, and that funds a lot of the improvements throughout the city by paying these impact fees that, as you heard from your staff, would be necessary to have improvements that are to help the roadways and other necessary improvements in your capital improvement program, those are ones that, when you consider all of those on the totality, outweigh the impacts that are occurring from the project. So with that, I'll close. I do, on the presentation side, I do have a lot of questions that I noted down. Before I get to those, would you like to ask any questions? I want to leave it up to the chairman and how you'd like to run the meeting as well. And I know the community may have comments
Yeah, go
as
ahead
well.
and proceed with what you want to answer from the questions we already have, and we'll go from there.
Okay. So, Commissioner Worth, I think we talked about the infrastructure improvements. I know that may not satisfy the question or the concern that you have. I try to address some of it. I can get into a little bit more detail, but important also, which I think may be one question to ask to your staff as well, is there are slated improvements already for a number of the roadway segments throughout this area, Warren, Simpson, the bridge. There is a lot that's already designated in terms of money allocated in your capital improvement program. So that money is already there, so this project would be contributing to that. Now, would those necessarily mean day one that there'd be improvement? As you heard from your city attorney, there may be some time until it's built up enough. But those are ones that, importantly though, traffic or improvements like those was not an impact in the EIR requiring a mitigation like that. That's not a CEQA issue now from a traffic standpoint, but importantly, when there are improvements on the project, that does occur. So the signal on Warren and Simpson, the project does not trigger the need for that for a signal at that location. There is a contribution for that signal that's required, which would get to which would be required to be used to construct a signal at that location when projects throughout the area are improved or occur. We talked about some of the significant effects, and Commissioner Clark, you were just asking again justification. I provided a little bit of color just because there is some consideration from a planning standpoint of the existing uses and what could be built there. As far as what will be lessened from an environmental impacts, there are a number of impacts that were identified in the EIR that did have mitigation measures that did result in reductions to those impacts. We do have the environmental team here that can go into more detail if there's some specific ones, but there are a number of improvements and requirements that are occurring because of the project that would reduce the impacts. An example of which is there's requirements for tribal consultation that has occurred throughout the project. We receive comments from the tribes, and there are requirements for monitors to ensure that tribal resources would not be impacted. And so that was an example where there was not an impact to those because the consultation with the tribes. I'm not a hydrologist, so I won't get into those specifics. I know that there were specific requirements in the geotechnical study, and as we heard, there was addressed like how those would be factored into the ultimate construction level design of the foundation and the building to ensure that liquefaction would not impact the building. Again, thinking long term, the owner, the builder, user would not want a building that would settle and crack and have challenges, and so that would have to be ensured in the design. Aesthetics and design, I know that the comment relative to aesthetics was about the trail. I think the condition may have addressed that in terms of helping fund that, but I would say that along that entire frontage, there is landscaping that has been really enhanced to ensure that there is an edge condition. Now, when you look at all of these uses, there will be, no matter what, a change from agriculture to something else. I think that's a given fact. You have a general plan that says there will be a change. You have a zoning that says that it will change. Now, what that change will be, it can be a number of things like I mentioned. This is what the staff, in terms of working with the applicant to ensure there's an edge condition that would soften that edge, and it has been incorporated in the design. EIR, let's see, Commissioner Hill, I think you brought up your EIR revisions. I believe your staff addressed that. In terms of the EIR errata does address any comments, and in the response to comments, it does include errata to address those. I don't know if there was a specific question on that. I'd be happy to address it. There were additional comments that were filed very late, today even. We have gone through those comments. They did not address or bring up any new substantial evidence that would change the findings in the EIR. So those comments again came late, way past the deadline of the EIR. We're still considering them, and we're addressing them for the City Council. But for the Commissioner's benefit, none of the impacts or additional comments brought up any new analysis or requirements that would change the findings or change the analysis that was done in the EIR. Commissioner Hill, you brought up a number of general plan policies. I have a very long list of them. I tried to pull them up really quickly before I got up here. I didn't get through all of them, but a lot of those were considered. I think the important thing in this is that we have a general plan designation that's already in place that allows for development like this. So those were considered in allowing for this type of use on the site, and those were considered in the design as well to an extent that I'm not sure if there's a specific question in those that you didn't feel was met, but it was considered in the policy consistency determination, and also, of course, because the general plan does allow for use like this. You addressed alternatives. I think it was, I'm not sure if it was a specific question or comment, but yes, the alternatives we ensured from a CEQA perspective, we had a full range of uses, no development, a smaller and other alternatives. Relative to parking, I think that was brought up before. Relative to just the alternatives themselves, parking, it's one where we have to look at what is the tenant in this case especially going to use, and they know what their business plan is. They would not use majority of those parking spaces. However, again, even if you were to look at the parking requirements, City of San Jacinto next door and many cities require a fraction of what the current City of Hemet municipal code requires for this type of use. And so what the traffic engineer did do for this site is to look at how many, for a typical use like this, what is required and what's reasonable, and to be required. And the proposed amount is actually well above what's required, but they still were willing to provide that because, again, seasonality may require more employees than what a normal use would have in this size building. Commissioner Papp, or Vice Chair Papp, I should say, I think we addressed the CUP. The widening of the bridge, again, something that if you need to address it to staff as far as the CIP, there is money already set aside for the bridge, and there is contribution for the project. It's about when is that required and necessary. Based on the traffic analysis and where trucks will be going, that there was not a finding that this would be requiring an additional lane or additional improvements to that bridge because of the way that the traffic would be distributed. And again, uniquely to this site, we have a tenant that can demand and require that trucks go a certain direction because they are controlling the outflow in their tenant, the trucks themselves. Let's see, and I recognize I see some maybe frustration in my timing. I'm trying to address the comments. And again, if you'd rather stop me anytime, please. I just am trying to make sure I address the questions so that we can move on to the community comments. The general plan mitigation measures, Commissioner Pack, you brought up, those were addressed. So the 2012 or the general plan mitigation measures were considered and included where necessary, but important to this project is the project-specific impacts and the mitigation measures that are required. So those were considered in the EIR. The Dominagoni Gateway, again, more enhanced landscaping was addressed. There is a pullback in the setback to allow for more landscaping. So that was included in design to really think through how would this look from the community standpoint coming in and leaving the community, is to enhance that landscaping along the frontage. And I think a question, I'm not sure if it was Commissioner Papp or others might have, or Vice Chair Papp brought up the Dominagoni Scenic Highway. It's actually scenic to the south, not to the north, because the mountains to the south, that's what's designated. And then Chairperson, I believe, so you addressed trip totals. I believe I addressed that. We heard about the electric trucks. One thing that is important is the requirement is for the on-site vehicles, like the goats, the ones that move trailers around, those are electric required. So those would be electric on-site. There is hookup requirements for those. It's different level than a truck because trucks of the size and the weight and the need and demand for those, so there are on-site electric vehicles. I believe I covered as much as I could. I apologize if I missed any. I was trying to be furious note taker in that. And if you'd like me to add any, happy to. Appreciate the questions, the detail in them, and I'd turn it over to you.
All right, the commissioners, do we have, before we go into a quick recess and open up public hearing, do we have any questions for the applicant?
I do.
Okay, Commissioner Clark.
The mixed-use designation in our general plan is a designation that provides for a mix of residential and compatible office and retail service uses, integrated as a cohesive development, or such uses developed side by side in a manner that encourages interaction between uses.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, as you're reading that, there's the gateway area of the general plan, and that further defines that use for this site, which has the light industrial use.
Back in 2012 is when the general plan was done last. Warehouses were not even in a consideration for the city of Hemet. So to play that you're using the general plan as if it's a playbook for you, we're all in new territory here. Mixed uses, density and intensity ranges vary based on location. Now, I drive to Menifee or I drive to Hemet. I used to drive 20 miles between Eureka and Fortuna in Humboldt County. And after work, after a busy day, I drive down the highway and it's my decompression. And it was very nice. And right now, we have homes out there, but then we also have agricultural land. And we have the dam, which, whether or not you like it, it's there. But it is a serene drive. And why you would think that this specific plan would speak to your wanting to move, because warehouses weren't even a thing in 2012. So what we need is another general plan that speaks to these things, because I'm not sure back in 2012 that they foresaw a 56-foot, because I'm not for the 60, warehouse sitting out in the middle like a sore thumb. I'm sorry, I just don't think it's true. So. I just don't like playing the general plan as you being,
Yeah.
considerate, because it's not what was generated back in 2012. We need one in 2025.
Thank you, Commissioner, and I apologize if it wasn't play on, it was most to say that there's an allowed use of, but we did recognize Business Park was the more appropriate general plan, in working with your staff, that the identification of that land use was more appropriate for this type of use. So that it was more just to say that there wasn't for the gateway plan, which is different than the mixed use designation.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Just one real quick question before recess, if I could. Does the applicant own any property adjacent north, east, west of the proposed project?
No, not the applicant, no. Newland.
Or has control or an interest in property to the north, east, west, or not south, but northeast or west of the property? There's a large specific plan for that whole area all the way up to Stetson, so I'm just wondering if there's any.
At this time, the parcels that are on the screen are the only one we are under control on or interested in.
Vice Chair Pop.
Just a couple more quick clarifying questions for now. You mentioned the contributions to DIF, the development impact fees. These are strictly city development impact fees. The 2.4 million, the slide that I saw said that was designated to the city of Hemet, and 1.1 million to the school district.
And there's more. There's a TUMP fee, which is the county
Yes, I'll
program that you guys are gonna try to get help with on the bridge. We're putting another $900,000 into the county TUMP program.
Okay, so that is in addition to these city development impact fees
Yes,
and school district impact fees.
yes, and if we wanted to do a full reading, maybe staff at the backside of recess could speak more to how much money is coming out from the development on this. It's quite a chunk.
Have you been given any estimate of what those fees might be?
Yes, sir.
Can you elaborate?
I think I'm close to $5 or $6 million total.
So these are regional impact fees. And in the future, some of these impact fees would come back to the city for future improvements.
I think you're misstating that. Out of roughly $6 million, 5.2 is coming to the city and 800,000 is going to the county.
Okay, that's pretty close.
Somewhere.
Okay, appreciate that.
MHCP. Oh, there's a ratio, but it's majority goes city.
But in layman's terms,
Yes,
the
sir.
dollars that you will contribute to these development impact fees on a regional basis
6
go
million.
into a barrel. They get held onto by agencies like WRCOG, the Resource Conservation Agency, and then at some point in the future, when a designated project is within the city of Hemet and the funding is allocated towards those projects, that money then comes back to the city for those improvements at some point in time, but we don't necessarily know.
Beyond
exactly
the scope of my knowledge.
when. Okay.
However, the school fee went straight to the school, and I handed it to them in a cashier's check, and they did not hold on to it at all. They went to the bank.
Understood. Of course.
So some of these are immediate, sir.
With respect to the, well, specifically, I was asking you about the regional fees, but we'll get to that again later. With respect to the building itself, or the buildings, if they are to be built, are these point-of-sale types of business transactions going on? Meaning, will sales tax revenue come back to the city, or is this a distribution facility?
It's going to be distribution with the option for retail, but I would not sit here today and promise any retail or point of sale. So the EIR and our economic analysis assumes all of this is distribution.
So in terms of sales out of these facilities, there is no net economic benefit to the city?
I wouldn't.
Strictly
I wouldn't-
related to the sales or
I'm not,
distribution?
I have an economic analysis coming for the city council, but I just ordered it like a week ago. So we should have better numbers that we can review.
But you're asking us to make a recommendation to that body?
As the planning commission, yes, absolutely. You guys are looking at the EIR, you're looking at the viability of this project, and I absolutely would love for you guys to approve it tonight.
Understood.
Yeah.
We're also looking at the economic benefit that outweighs the negative, significant and unavoidable impacts.
So I do think, did we have some slides? I worry that we're maybe losing the audience here, but we do have economic slides that talk to how many jobs, how much financial impact this makes. It's a big project. You'll see the carpenters over my left shoulders. They're out there working Kirby, and they're going to be working on this project as well. We're using union labor for the projects.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to bring a year's worth of construction jobs, which is anywhere from 200 to 500 people working on the job at any time. Some are Hemet residents. A lot is outside dollars coming to your city and eating at your restaurants and foods and spending money at the previously mentioned Walmart, right? But I don't think you guys should lose sight on the economic benefit of the jobs that are coming to these warehouses. They are going to bring your residents jobs that they can come and commute less than 5 or 6 miles. They're not going to be commuting to Rialto, Fontana, Ontario. They're going to stay home, and they're going to be closer, and they need the jobs. That's the economics pitch of this. I don't know how the 92,000 residents, you know, I think the city needs the project, but that's all I can speak to in an objective manner.
Okay, one last question for you, or perhaps your team. We talked briefly about the detention of the stormwater runoff, and I believe you described the percolation lines that are underground as being about 10 feet in diameter. So I'm curious to know, how deep are these lines going to be buried under the soil? Because if they're too shallow, you're going to exacerbate the liquefiable soils, and if they're too deep, they might not percolate. So have you done any potholing or soils testing to
Yes, sir.
ensure that you'll be able to percolate this water?
Yes, sir. So we do 2 tests. There's the technical report that talks about the soils conditions, and I think Commissioner Clark did a good job of dissecting that. There is auxiliary reports to that talks specifically to the infiltration, and those are required as per the WQMP. The chambers are offset from the building horizontally, which is just to say there is a setback from the building walls, 50 feet, and the chambers get dug and put in. They are somewhere between 8 and 16 feet deep because they still need to flow. So there is a slope, and they are running generally longitudinally, and they are connected to each other to give the best storage without being cut off. And you don't want many little silos, you want long tubes for this. Yes, sir, they are, you talked about that 100-year flow, and your concern is real. Our roofs capture 1.2 million square feet of water coming down in an hour. And yes, that is an inch per hour. That's 2 inches per hour. We've all seen those storms. We've been in them. You can't get your windshield wipers to go fast enough. That is hitting the roof, and it's going out into the little downspouts. But they're, on our buildings, they're not little. They are 12 by 20. So that's our downspout. And there's an overflow next to it. That's why there's 2 holes in the side of a panel up on the roof. One's for the downspout, and one's to make sure that it has a place to go so it doesn't get on the roof. All that water goes straight into the parking lot. That 50 feet I talked to you about, then it goes into basins, which goes through a filtration center, and that filtration dumps it into those basins. And then, yes, from 8 feet to 16 feet, they are appropriately sloped so that when it hits the outflow, it goes to the storm drain if there's a 500-year storm. But for the 100-year storm, sir, we have it taken care of.
Thank you for that explanation.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
All right, I think we're gonna go ahead and take a quick 10-minute recess, allow people to stretch and go to the bathroom. Then when we come back, we're gonna open up to a public hearing. So we'll go ahead and resume at 9:50. Questions you've been asking. And with that, we're going to go ahead and open up the public comment period. You have it. We're going to go ahead and pass this over to the city attorney, and he's going to give the instructions.
Okay, so the public hearing is open. The time limit for public speaking is 3 minutes per speaker. You don't have to use all 3 minutes. You can if you'd like. Feel free, if you simply agree with somebody who spoke before, to come up and say you agree. If you want to add more information or provide evidence, that's your right. Please do so. Chair, we are approaching 10 o'clock, so it may be appropriate to do the motion to extend past 10 o'clock if you'd like before we start.
May I entertain a motion to go past 10 o'clock to continue the meeting?
Okay, I'll do it.
Second.
I will move to extend the hearing.
I'll
second.
that. Oh.
Okay, so we will start with Donna Swanke. Okay, to who? Okay, all right. Teresa Malone. Okay, all right. Tom Lodge.
Tom Lodge.
Where's Tom?
They're dropping like flies, sir.
Here.
Kath. Oh, there we go.
There's Tom.
Mr. Lodge, we've called you up for public comment, sir.
And just let everybody know, the last 30 seconds of the 3 minutes, I'll just go ahead and raise my gavel, just so you know you have 30 more seconds to finish the comment. Nope. Little green light. You just push it once.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Honorable Chair, members of the Commission, excuse me. My observations and concerns about the project before you tonight. Excuse me, I just ran up the stairs. The project before you tonight could just as easily be made about several other projects, proposed warehouse projects in the city of Hemet. I'm at a loss to understand why the Planning Commission and the City Council weren't properly briefed on the spirit and mandate of AB 98 months ago. Just note that the law was approved by State Assembly March of 23, nearly a year and a half ago. Anyone paying attention to this major issue confronting many inland cities knew that the Senate and the governor were going to approve it, and we should have been paying attention. Second, I understand that the EIR of this project was chosen by the developer. In most cities, the EIR consultant was chosen by the city and was the developer controlling the EIR outcome, and was it even reviewed by its peers. The average citizen or the Planning Commission should not have to wade through thousands of pages of EIR to understand that 1 million+ square foot warehouse with hundreds of daily trips of diesel spewing trucks built in the path of the prevailing winds would create an adverse impact on the residential communities downwind. Finally, I was profoundly disappointed that the only strategic plan goal cited as justification from staff recommendation of that was the economic opportunity no fiscal impact was provided. The commission needs to place safety of the existing residents above the economic opportunities provided to warehouses developers from Orange County. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lodge.
Kathy Caraher, followed by Harlow Lenning.
Somebody left their pen. A lot of the things I've talked about have been discussed already tonight, but I would like to urge the Planning Commission to delay a decision on the Newland Simpson project because there's an upcoming consideration of adopting of standards for development of warehouses in our city. This precisely would likely proposed project on Simpson. The city should decline to approve the Newland Simpson project until those standards are adopted. And that will be after the new commission. My understanding is the new commission is on board. The project's environmental impact report is flawed and must be revised, and further mitigated measures must be proposed before the project can approve pursuant to CEQA. We previously submitted this in other meetings. We've talked about this, and the environment is very important to us. The newly enacted Assembly Bill 98 establishes standards for warehouse development. While not in effect until 2026, they still have been in effect since September 30th, I believe, kind of on a retroactive basis as far as planning current ones. And so if these things have already been made aware of to us, then I would think that something that even if it's in the process should be considered something that needs to have these restrictions applied to it. The project is negatively going to impact the residents, which are quite a few of us, that live next to this site due to the routing of the trucks on our local highways. I've even learned tonight that there's a consideration that they would even change one of the main highways for trucks to be Acacia, which goes along the front of Kirby Street. And I thought that at one of the meetings that was designated as not to be a traffic. The main streets that we use from our side of the community are Warren, Florida, Acacia, Sanderson, and Kirby and Stetson. And all those are going to be affected by this traffic. It's going to be a nightmare. I don't know if you've ever lived in big cities before. I've lived all over the United States, and it's not, traffic is not getting better. I also have concerns about the truck traffic and vehicle traffic information in residential areas without the complete and effective truck routing plan. Diesel gas fumes, long-term health concerns, lung cancer, kidney, and damage, increased risk of heart attack. 90% of diesel fuels are fine particulates, which create ground level ozone. Diesel exhaust causes asthma, brain and immune systems, and lung infections. Using Warren Road, which is directly adjacent to our community, will be unnecessarily toxic for all of us. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much.
Harlow Lenning, followed by Robert A.
Hello. Hi, my name is Harlow Lenning. I live in Hemet. Members of the Planning Commission. I don't know, there are a lot of impacts that were not discussed. For example, although it talked about air pollution, it didn't talk about cumulative air pollution from like all the other warehouses that they want to build in Hemet. I'm sorry, I live here. I don't want to breathe diesel fumes. And that, per the earlier speaker, is something that cannot be avoided. Electric trucks are a dream. I also am concerned about like road damage. Roads in Hemet are already pretty bad. If you can imagine what all of these trucks loaded with steel pipes, for example, are going to do to our roads, that needs to be mitigated, because it's like that affects my car. That affects, it's like every car that drives down city streets. Let's see, we also haven't really talked about noise. Not, there is some mitigation about like we're close to residents, but not on the city as a whole. I don't live immediately next door to, like, for example, the project on Kirby, but I travel those particular roads, Kirby and Acacia, several times a week, and so that's going to affect me. Let's see. I was, one of the things too, as I was like upset to learn when you actually approved the development on Kirby, was there's a park with little children that's just down the street, just down Kirby, and it's like, I don't care how much money the developer gives to the schools. If a child is killed by, just leaving the parking lot, or leaving that little playground that's like right on the corner. I'm sorry, none of that money is worth it. It's not worth it. And it's like you guys didn't take that into account when you approved the project. Let's see, there's economic concerns. Let's see, I'm afraid of, like, one of the things that nobody talked about too is the drop in home values that building these big, huge projects are going to do to the surrounding neighborhoods. That's something that concerns all of us and should be discussed before approving these projects. Because nobody wants to live next to a warehouse. I don't want to live next to a warehouse.
Thank you very much.
Robert A., followed by Ray Johnson.
Before you start the clock on me, I have a quick question. So it looks like all these warehouses are going into the west end of Warren Road, right? That's where all the empty land is at? Am I correct? My directions? No, but I'm just saying Warren Road is all the empty land.
Sir,
Let's
this
direct
is your
it to-
opportunity to give comments
Give your
to the
public
commission.
comment.
So is all that, I just wondered, is all that gonna be zoned for industrial use? All that empty land over
So this is your opportunity to give comments to the commission, sir.
there? Okay, so then I'll speak in layman's terms so everybody could understand. The last city meeting went to, I was very upset. It sounded like the mayor was very supportive of this to go through. And I thought he was being very disingenuous by letting people talk, share their feelings, and you've heard everything and how distraught these people are. I live in Solera Diamond, so I don't know, maybe if I could talk to the HOA and we could get $5 million for the city, can we put this on a back burner? And the gentleman that spoke, I thought it was commendable that he's using union workers to build this, but is he gonna pay his employees union wages once they start working there? Are they gonna be able to be part of the AFL-CIO? Another point is that I think we need to be forward thinking. I lived in Kansas City for a long time. There was a little town called Lawrence, Kansas. Back in the 80s, everybody was building malls. Lawrence said no. They fought and fought and fought for 40 years because they saw when you build a mall, it kills your downtown. So come today, 40 years later, all those communities are tearing down their malls and their downtowns are empty. Lawrence downtown is still thriving. The stores that were there 40 years ago still exist today. Another point is the comment I've heard a couple of times, good neighbor policy. This is kind of an oxymoron when you talk about building warehouses near residents. This is like me selling you a cigarette low in tar and nicotine, and you'll never get cancer. So there is no, and if you do a quick Google search and you put warehouses and residential communities, there's nothing good that comes up of this. So the other point is that I can't pull it up now, but there are tons of warehouses for lease in the Inland Empire. I mean, what city doesn't have warehouses for lease? Menifee, Moreno Valley, Paris. It even has Hemet in there, so we have available warehouses already. The next point I think we need to think about is that most of this stuff is coming out of the Port of Los Angeles, everything coming from Asia. So we have a president and an election coming in, administration, and they want to put tariffs on import goods. So are these warehouses going to be affected by those import taxes? Because if they are 10 to 60%, they're not going to fill them. So then we're going to be stuck with empty warehouses. So I say let's be forward thinking, be like Lawrence, Kansas, take the heat for now, but in the long run, you'll look like geniuses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ray Johnson, followed by Ann Smith.
Ray Johnson, I live in Solera, Diamond Valley. I wish I had 3 hours, but I'll try to limit it to 3 minutes. I'm going to focus just on traffic. I request that the commission not approve the EIR, but instead establish a 30-day review period for which we can do a real evaluation of the final report. My reasons are this. Throughout the draft EIR and the final, both reports frequently refer to the EIR filed in 2012 for the 2030 general plan and its circulation plan, which spells out traffic solutions, thereby not requiring any current EIR action. The problem is the circulation plan in the 2030 general plan hasn't been implemented. Therefore, the solutions in the EIR don't exist. One example is that in the general plan, Warren Road is widened to 6 lanes. It's 2 lanes now with 3 intersections that are a level of service of F. There's nothing in this plan that requires the developer to widen Warren Road, including the overpass to the Monogoni, which is where the traffic bottleneck exists. To widen this overpass should be done now before the warehouses are built. Another problem is some of the false statements made in the EIR. The EIR states in Table 5.15.1, existing roadway characteristics within the project area. State Route 79 is an expressway, 4 lanes with 50-mile-an-hour speed limit. Well, we all know that the express lane hasn't even been built. It still hasn't. In fact, as of last week, 2 weeks ago, the EIR hasn't been approved. Warren Road is a 6-lane divided arterial that is now currently 2 lanes. So what they're doing is they're taking information out of the general plan, circulation plan, and saying it exists now. But they stretch it one step further. Mustang Way is an existing 6-lane interstate freeway, 65-mile-per-hour speed limit. Did you know you had an interstate speedway through here? These statements are just on one page of the EIR. But then to go on, it says at the end of that table, it says, no aspect of the proposed project would require a change to the truck route network. Therefore, the proposed project is consistent with the truck routes identified in the general plan circulation.
Correct.
Thus, impacts related to truck routes.
Thank you very much, Ray.
Would
You've
not
gone past your 3
occur.
minutes. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Ann Smith.
Ann Smith.
Ann Smith, followed by Tom Astria.
I have a lot of, my name is Ann Smith, and I live in the city of Hemet, and I cannot believe how intelligent some of our citizens are. And I also want to thank the Planning Commission. I came ready to beat the hell out of a few of you, and I had to pull back because I don't know what I don't know. So I took a little issue with, and I told our city attorney what ticked me off. a comment was made about the fact that this project started out in 2021. Well, there wasn't a sense of urgency in 2021, and the city has been less than forthcoming, as is the case. And if they're so familiar with Hemet, then they know that we've had 2 community development directors since 2021. One of them was walked out the door, and we have someone now. So, I mean, he seems to know more about what Hemet should be. So I'm not, and the mayor is very happy. Unfortunately, this isn't just environmental, and it's not just all the stuff that everybody's talked about. It's also political. I hate to say it. It's political, and it pisses me off. So let me just go back. Oh, okay. There was a mention made of the $850,000 that was given to HUSD, who's very beholden to the unions. I don't know what they've done with the money, and I don't think I want to know. And there was one more thing, and I know this is not what you expected. I don't see any way that our infrastructure, our present infrastructure, could handle this. It can't. It just can't. It's impossible. My personal feeling was, and we talked about this on a break too, was I kind of feel like the developer is messing around with a general plan. I know that it's a work in progress. I know that. But I feel like we're being jerked around here. That's what I feel like. They're messing with it, you know, they're taking what's convenient and they're using it to their advantage, and they're messing with the code and a whole bunch of other stuff. We're not stupid. Maybe he thinks we are. But anyway, thank you for letting me share that. And I really, I have a lot of respect for all you guys. I think you're doing a great job. And I guess I have to take back every mean thing I thought. I can't say it because you're all working your tails off, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ann.
Mr., is it Ashton? Tom Ashton? Tom Ashton. There we go. And then Shay Milan.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity, and I appreciate your efforts just from what I've seen and heard tonight on your knowledge and your questions back to the builders and everything. Everybody said pretty much what I was going to, but I'll just reiterate real quick. You know, the bottom line is noise, pollution, destruction of the primary roads, increased traffic and congestion. And by the way, I'm a resident at Solera Diamond Valley, which is adjacent to Warren, which is going to be heavily impacted. And there's been talk about they're going to bring in jobs and money, and they probably will. But I think the reality is these jobs are not going to be limited or restricted to only Hemet people. I have no idea what the numbers are, but I don't imagine the majority will be our Hemet people. That's just a side note. And there's some talk about what can you do for us to make, you know, a better city. I think a good example, we already have it here. You know, the Metropolitan Water District, they put in Diamond Valley Reservoir, and what they do, they put that beautiful park over there. I consider that something, a betterment, you know, project that benefited the whole city. May not be real convenient, but you know, that's an example of something that could be done to benefit all, not just a certain few. Anyway, what else do I have? I guess that's about it. I got a lot of things, but I'll just turn it off from there. Just, you know, there's the landscaping and that they talked about around the warehouse. It was strictly landscaping around the warehouse. It's not going to do anything for the local infrastructure, which was mentioned down around Simpson and Warren Road, which is, as already been mentioned, it's just barely drivable at this point. So let me see. I'll just end it at that and appreciate everybody's efforts and feedback.
Thank you very much for your time.
Shay Milan, followed Joe Wood, followed by Pam Yang.
I'd like to thank the City Council for allowing us to stand up and voice our opinions. I think some of the questions and concerns that you've brought up to the applicant, the developer, have been spot on. I do hope that you follow through with those. I don't think that you were given ample answers to a lot of the questions that you asked from the applicant. And I hope you continue to pursue better answers. One of the things they brought up was the amount of, they weighted a lot on employment opportunities. I think there was like 1,250 jobs or somewhere in that range. I can't remember the number. What they failed to mention is that what portion of that is going to be temporary help. A lot of the warehouses hire from temporary agencies for their operations, and probably more than half of their employees are temporary employees without benefits and working part-time. That impacts the numbers that they're presenting in terms of amount of money that's coming into the city. The other thing that they didn't mention is that on their truck report, they had, I think it was 2,500 trucks coming through here every day, close to 3,000. But they failed to mention the 1,200 employees that they are going to be coming in and out of that facility. My wife does a lot of Uber and Lyfting and takes people to a lot of the warehouses over in Moreno Valley and Rialto and San Bernardino. And I don't even like her going into the diesel death zone, but she has to. And that's what we're going to end up with here if we continue with the development of these warehouses in this valley. We are in you come down from Beaumont and you look at this valley, it's gorgeous, and it's a bowl. So, we're going to be impacted a lot quicker than those areas up north of us where they have winds coming through all the time to help mitigate some of the diesel fumes that are there, and yet they still call it the diesel death zone. So, Kathy took a lot of my thunder away. A lot of the things that she mentioned was in a letter that was presented to you today from Abby Smith. I'm hoping that you had an opportunity to read it. She also referenced Addendum A in her letter today, which talked about the preliminary or environmental impact report and some of the deficiencies that were included in there. But in her letter today, as Kathy mentioned, there's still a lot of questions that need to be answered with that environmental impact report. So again, I appreciate your efforts. I hope that you'll consider our concerns as residents of the city of Hemet. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Pam Yang, followed by Richie Yalasko.
I'm Pam Yang, resident of Solera Diamond Valley, a 55 plus community. And one of the things that I have a hard time, 1.2 million, how big is that? So, I figured it out. It's the size of 8 Costco's. But tonight, I learned not only is it the size of 8 Costco's, it's 8 more on top because Costco's only go to 30 feet tall. And I was already worrying about how it was going to block my view coming in and out from Dominagoni. So anyway, that was like, whew. We all, it was a total surprise to us, and I've known about it for about 2 months is all. And it's really strange because we had somebody from the city come and talk to our neighborhood back in March, telling us all the development that was going to happen. Nobody once mentioned a word about warehouses, and it's kind of like they were trying to sneak stuff through. It's really strange. But my major concern is, I know the zoning change. I think we should have had a big sign down on that lot, huge sign, telling us it was going to be a zoning change. The sign, somebody said there was a sign. Nobody ever saw any sign. What was it? Little and bitty. it should have been there and people would have known about it. My major concern is the health of our community, increased traffic, and the noise on Warren Road. A lot of people live right on Warren Road. The community south of us has young children. They would also be vulnerable to the toxins from the large trucks. And I've read that the trucks are responsible for 70% of all pollution. Being in the Hemet is a valley, and it will hang over us and collect in our lungs. All of these things would contribute to the loss of the value of our homes. The reasoning, as I understand, is the warehouses want more jobs in the community. And also my researching says these are minimum wage jobs. With automation coming and more prevalent, I wonder how long these jobs would last. Most of us would prefer that you try to bring in some retail options, try to revitalize the downtown area, possibly some other grocery stores, saving us running to Temecula, Murrieta, and Menifee for our shopping. And then I'm not even gonna mention the streets, because we all know that. And the $2 million is not gonna do more than about 2 or 3 miles. Thanks.
Richie Delasco, followed by Mitzi Carver.
That was Richie Lacasso?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's me. I've been sitting there so long, I'm not really sure where I am right now. I need a few extra seconds for that laugh, okay? I've become concerned about litigation against Hemet, and it was inspired partially by the recent case in Paris and Menifee, in which Menifee got their hands spanked because of the effect of their truck traffic on Paris. And I thought about it, and I've wondered, I want to share this with you, see what you think. If you take Demonagani down to Menifee and you get into Newport Boulevard, that area turns into a real bottleneck during rush hour and at other times. And if you would add 1,000, say, semi-trailers, trucks to it, it'll become a dysfunctional area. It won't work. And the city of Menifee and the citizens will certainly sue Hemet. And based on the judgment that we've just seen, Hemet's going to lose. Hemet's going to lose Dominigani. If you take 79 into Beaumont, they also have a bottleneck there, a very bad one. I went through on a Sunday afternoon, and it took me and my friend like about 4 or 5 minutes just to get through. Again, if we add another 1,000 semis, they're going to sue, and Hemet's going to lose. And even the new, the Mid-County Parkway, which is not funded, but if it is, it's supposed to be finished in '28. It goes into Paris, and it takes a new twist. Instead of going straight to 215, it dips down, and it goes through an area that appeared to me to be more residential with streets coming in. It turns that corridor into a truck traffic industrial corridor, and Paris is not going to take that a bit. They're also going to sue, and we'll lose. I'm really concerned for the well-being of Hemet, but the more warehouses and trucks we have, the bigger the probability that we're going to be sued. And it's going to be really bad if we've got 4 or 5 warehouses and we're losing these routes. And I need to sum up quickly. That would be the biggest risk. So my recommendation, and this is to be brief, is to quit with 1 warehouse, and you'll be able to sleep a lot better, and we'll be able to sleep a lot better.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Mitzi Carver, followed by Tom Kelly.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you so much for staying with us. My name is Mitzi Carver. I've lived in Hemet for over 30 years. It's my home, raised my children here. And my biggest concern is the poor air quality. Even today, we had a poor air quality alert because the small particle concentration was too high. This is December. We've had these alerts all through the summer as well when we had the heat and the conversion layer. We are a basin, we are a bowl. It's going to sit here and land in our lungs and our children's lungs. I do not want that. Also, I would like to request that this be postponed so that there is the time to have the meeting with the Hemet City Council to work on warehouse guidelines, because that is needed, I think. And I know electric trucks are a dream, but I think it's a great one, and let's go for it. I'm glad to hear there are solar panels there. With more solar panels, you can also do your trucks and help our grid. I do approve of trying to do the Good Neighbor Plan with ongoing funding for the support of our roads. As someone already mentioned, you know, $2 million is only 1 or 2 to 5 miles of road that has to be brought up from the dirt. So that's not going to be that much. We're going to need ongoing if these trucks are coming every day. And I do think the idea of not helping the bridge is really asking for the city to be criticized terribly for that to be allowed. And then finally, looking at the wonderful pictures they showed us, not one included a truck or where those trucks were going to be going into the building. Okay. And then I think the mixed use things is good for right now. There's more funds that way. You've got businesses that hire people, you've got people that come in and spend their money, and it's going to be more funds for the city. And finally, just again to think about what revenue will we lose in the lowering of our property values and the number of residents that will sell and leave the valley. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Misty.
Tom Kelly, followed by Walter Scott.
Hello, hello, hello. My name is Tom Kelly. I'm a resident in Solera Diamond Valley. I believe that when all of us moved into our retirement community, we went in there with the understanding that we are a very nice residential place to retire, you know, the island, as you've heard, and that there would be surrounding residential communities all around us. We have one to the south of us now, of Mustang. It was always my impression that it would be to the west. Never did I envision that we would be here talking about a general plan amendment to put in warehouses, as Ms. Clark pointed out, was never intended to be here from the 2012 general plan. So it's a little bit, you know, concerning, and I don't want to talk about all the different issues. I believe you guys know there's issues here. There's too much smoke to not be a fire. Under no circumstances of any information that I've read that was presented by the applicant, by staff, that you guys are aware of, that you've read, under no circumstances should this project be approved and go to council. It's inappropriate, it's wrong, and my recommendation is that you guys do a full economic review. What is the revenue sources coming into the city of Hemet? It's X. You know, is it one time, is it yearly? What is the cost, benefit? You know, SWOT, you know, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. What is good? If you're going to approve it and send it to council, don't you think we ought to know if it's going to work? Who's going to pay for these roads? They're paying for the frontage. It should be at least 4 lanes coming and going. 4 lanes up Warren, 4 to Simpson. Simpson going west to Winchester, at least. Otherwise, they're going to degrade the roads that are already not capable and fully able to handle the traffic. Who's going to pay for that? City of Hemet? If we are going to pay for it, what is the revenue source to support that? I was told early in my life and my career, if you don't know what to do, do nothing. If you don't know the outcome or the results of something, then you are not in a position to make the decision. These are developers, applicants, and they have the right in capitalism of America to make a profit, to do a project. But we have the responsibility, citizens, and you guys, we love you, by the way, to evaluate that and see if it makes sense for us. And I'm going to tell you right now, what I heard, what I know, This does not make any sense whatsoever. And I urge you to pass on this, back off, evaluate it, put conditions on there. What are you saying, that if you have the right conditions, you'd be happy with it? It's wrong no matter which way. But if you put enough conditions on it to make it work, then at least it's fair and equitable. You know, like, okay, 50, 60%, council would have to speak to this, have to live in the city limits of Hemet. Or they're gonna live somewhere else, and we don't get the benefit. Or the roads, 30 seconds. The roads need to be improved. You can't just improve the frontage. Who cares? It's
Okay,
gonna
thank you
be-
very much.
It's
Thank
gonna be
you.
a disaster if we move forward with what we know. Thank you.
Walter Scott.
Walter
Julio
Scott.
Flores. Followed by Tina Matar. Mater?
All right. Good evening, Commissioners. Good evening. My name is Julio Flores. I am a representative for the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters, who represents over 5,000 members in Riverside County, which about 800 of them, those members call Hemet home. I would like to take a moment to highlight something truly special in our community: the outstanding construction program at Tahquitz High School. It is one of the best that I've gotten the opportunity to visit here in the Inland Empire. I've had the privilege of visiting the school and meeting some of the incredible students there. During my visits, I had the opportunity to speak with both students and their parents, and I was deeply inspired by their enthusiasm. It is remarkable to see how many of these young people are eager to join the trades once they graduate. They are excited about building their futures and contributing to their community in meaningful ways. Now let's turn to the project at hand. The fact that the developer has agreed to hire from a state certified apprenticeship program is an incredible opportunity for our members and for these students. It means they will have the chance to gain real world experience right here in Hemet, where they've grown up and built their dreams. This opportunity not only supports the students, but also strengthens our local workforce and economy. In short, this project represents a true win-win for the Hemet community. It's about investing in our youth, providing them with pathways to success, and overall enhancing our city. I believe that by working together, we can create opportunities that benefit everyone involved. Thank you for your time, and I sincerely hope you will approve this project.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Tina Mater? Matar. I had it right the first time, darn it. Nancy Austin?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Tina Matar, and I have proudly been a resident of Hemet for 26 years. I'm here today to express my strong opposition to the proposed project and explain why I believe it is not in the best interest of our community. First and foremost, industrial projects are typically located along or near major freeways to ensure logistical efficiency and to minimize community impact. Hemet is not along a freeway, nor is it near one, making it unsuitable and illogical location for any industrial development of this scale. Second, we do not have the proper infrastructure to support the increased truck traffic this project would bring. The congestion on Dominigoni in Florida would worsen significantly, with trucks crowding the roads and creating hazardous conditions for residents and commuters. Third, Hemet should not host warehouses. Our valley's unique geography exacerbates the impact of greenhouse gas emissions, as pollutants from heavy truck traffic will become trapped in this atmosphere. This possesses a significant risk to our air quality and public health. Additionally, I want to call attention to the timing of these public hearings. Having these meetings in December appears to be a strategic move by the developer to minimize opposition by taking advantage of the busiest time of the year for the community. We all know the last 6 weeks of the year are packed with holiday preparations, family obligations, and end-of-the-year commitments. Scheduling public hearings during this period is not fair to the community, as it limits meaningful participation and input. Lastly, as someone who has worked directly with many logistic developers, unions, and consultants for the past 3.5 years, I think I bring a unique perspective to this discussion. From my experience, I am aware that developers have met with you and discussed this project extensively, and you most likely already have a decision in mind regarding this project. However, for those who may still be undecided or are willing to demand more for this project, I can confidently state that this project does not meet the minimum standards expected for developments in the Inland Empire. Across the region, industrial projects are held to higher standards, often including a mixed-use component with a commercial element, which include contractual clauses ensuring that the commercial component is built either before or concurrently with the industrial portion as the key benefit for this community. If the applicant really wants this project to be approved and they want to bring substantial benefits for the community, I strongly recommend they revisit the proposal and include a commercial component to the project and better benefit for our community. Benefits that go beyond temporary union jobs, low-paying permanent jobs, and few paved roads. We do not want logistics project in Hemet, and we deserve developments that uplift the entire community, not just the developers. I strongly urge you, commissioners, not to recommend approval and consider the broader and long-term impacts this development will have in our communities. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you very much.
Nancy Austin, followed by Sal Amakita.
Good evening. Thank you very much for having us and staying so late to listen to all of our comments. This young lady said in better words than I the main things that I was going to talk about tonight, but the timing of this meeting and the timing of last year's meeting when the Kirby warehouse was approved just seems so very strange and so very pre-planned. And I know that you probably don't do this on purpose, but if this really has been in process for 3 years, it's amazing to me that it comes up in December. So I hope you'll just put a hold on this. Like everybody else has asked, I really think it deserves much more consideration than it's going to be given between the EIR that came out 2 weeks ago and now. I don't think this is the right time to vote yay or nay on this. I think it's time to put it off and talk about these guidelines. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, planning commissioners and staff. My name is Salvador Amezquita. I'm a representative with the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. I represent about 12,000 members in the Inland Empire, and I think it's safe to say that Hemet is one of the largest groups that we have that contributes to our membership. Like my colleague mentioned, we even have the high school program, the CTE program here. I'll keep this brief. We had multiple members that were from the community that were here to speak, but they obviously all had to get up to go to work tomorrow. The majority of them are going to be driving anywhere from an hour and a half to 2 hours in the morning and anywhere from 3 to 4 hours in the afternoon. They're driving from Los Angeles, Orange County, and San Diego to make a living, basically. A project like this gives them the opportunity to work close to home, come home at a decent hour, spend time with their kids, maybe make it to a softball game. I know I'd like to make it to my kids' jiu-jitsu class. One of them was talking about coaching soccer. This would give them an opportunity to make it to these, to these essential family functions. I also wanted to say that, it might not sound like a lot, but in a carpenter's career, we're trying to bang out 30 years to, get to our retirement healthy. The time on the road really takes a toll on your body, and a year, this project would last approximately a year for us. A year close to the house would basically, take that year and add it to your lifespan. And I'm glad to see that there's like a lively crowd at a planning commission. That's a first for me. And that's all I got. Thanks a lot. Hope you approve the project.
Thank you very much.
Mark Lopez.
Mark Lopez.
Adolfo Guerrero. Carol Samard. Followed by Victoria Wood.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you very much for staying this late. Thank you to our community also, and thank you for the applicant for a great presentation. I think they really have worked hard for the last 37 months. I have to be very candid. I am very ill prepared because, not unlike them, I've only learned about this project a month and a half ago, approximately. So I am not prepared. This is just notes that I jotted while they were presenting. And so the first thing I want to say is part of the reason why we are not aware of this project is because of the 500-foot radius. I think that the first thing that the Planning Commission should do is change that to maybe a 5-mile radius for a project like this. It would make more sense, but that's just me. Also, in the application's presentation, there was like a little note at some point. One of the advantages was to offer shopping options. And I guess I'm like retired and old, and so I didn't understand that part. I don't know. I don't see the shopping options in there. But anyways, that's just me. Again. Oh, also, yeah, I thought that somebody mentioned that already. The impact on the road from 74 to the warehouses through Warren. The line was in green in the presentation, but you know, it was just cooed by. There was no mention about the impact on that and everything. So a lot of community members have talked about it and mentioned it, so I'm not going to talk more about it. There's another point that I noticed when you were talking, Vice Chairman, about revoking CUP because of the misuse by tenant. I was just wondering, doesn't that increase responsibility on the city? And how does that impact the responsibility on the applicant? But again, another question. Now, another question I wrote down here, how can pollution override farmland? I don't know. Yeah. At Del Webb, oh yeah, at Del Webb, this is a funny one. We had to work, you guys remember, we had to work around the shrimp, little shrimpy things. And so I'm wondering, what do they have to work around? Yeah, so one more thing. One of them, they were talking about mitigation measures all the time. So what are they proposing as the applicant? The only thing I hear about is dollar sign, dollar signs, dollar signs. And so my question is, what is our health worth? How much is our health worth? And also, can we seriously expect new house developments to happen or be built between the warehouses in Saddle Point and Del Webb? I don't think that will happen. And so also the other thing is we can't even get Trader Joe's to come now. Do you expect them to come in? And one last question, mostly for the applicants. Would you buy a house in our area in Del Webb right now? And no, listen, this is for real. I have a very nice house, large property, lots of fruit trees, and a beautiful garden, and so my house is going to go up for sale and at a discount rate.
Thank you for your time.
Very much.
Victoria Wood, followed by Terry Stepp.
Hi, I'm Victoria Wood. I've lived in this valley since 1976, not in Hemet. I moved to Marietta when there was one stoplight in the whole town, and I loved this valley. I wasn't always a fan of Hemet, and I'm here now, and I like it now because I'm part of the community, and that's what makes a community. I do drive. My husband told you, I'm a personal driver for a lot of people in our neighborhood for airport rides. I also do Uber and Lyft on the way home. I see so many warehouses with so many kids coming and going. And when I go into those warehouses in Eastville, right off the freeway, it takes me 20, 30 minutes to get back on the freeway after I've dropped them off or after I've picked them up. It's a major. It's a major just for that. Just think of what it's going to take in our little area to get to a freeway. I also see all the warehouses going up off in Ontario. Well, it's a great area in Ontario because the airport's there, and all it is warehouses and industrial. So it's really a great area. So there's other better areas than what they're looking at for Hemet. And they're looking at for Hemet because nobody else will do it for them. It's getting to the point where they're getting desperate. They're going 10 miles away from a freeway to get a warehouse. And I know you guys have a plan. And I know that Hemet is a great little town. It's always been the same. When I moved here, it always looked the same. Temecula's changed, Murrieta's changed, a lot more traffic there. But the little town of Hemet, I could just see you guys make a beautiful little old town of Hemet. Just like Old Town Temecula. It could be changed to make it just wonderful. The other thing is, for the employment, they talk about employment, but I drive these kids, and these kids are going 10, 14 miles away to get to these warehouses. Even in Paris, in Moreno Valley, in Eastville, I talked to them. I talked to them for half an hour on the way to where I'm taking them. And they all tell me that a lot of the kids that work there are not are not living in the town that they work in. So even if they say that they're going to be employed in Hemet, the other thing is, let's get these kids educated in Hemet. Let's get them educated. Let's not have them go to warehouses and work. We work at warehouses when we're 17, 18 years old. You know, and then after that, we should have already gone to a trade school or went to college. We shouldn't look forward to a future at a warehouse. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Terry Stepp, followed by Sheila Pisa.
Hi. At first, I'd like to apologize to Mr. Graham. The question I asked you at the door. What I asked him was, did he instruct you that you couldn't table it? I thought he said he did, but that wasn't right. And my next one is, you, the commissioners, if you can't stand up and say, yeah, I want a warehouse in my backyard, and you vote for it, I think it's pretty hypocritical. Next, you bring up that $3.2 million to the city. If you kill one child with polluted air, is it worth it? Is it worth it? And I ask you the same question. I'm done.
Thank you very much.
Sheila Pisa, followed by Charlene Anderson.
Good evening and thank you. I am a resident of Hemet. My name is Sheila Pisa, and I've lived in this area since '91. And I live near Del Webb, or I live in Del Webb, and I walk along Warren Road almost every day. And I noticed on your traffic route, this was the first time I saw it, that 40% of traffic is going to come across 74 down Warren Road. That, you know, just looking at the number of vehicles that you're estimating, about 3,000, just to be simple, 40% is 1,200 vehicles a day. That road curves, the speed limit is 30 miles per hour. And it's already, I feel, at times dangerous to walk on the sidewalk there. So I just, you know, wonder why the developer is not looking at improvements along that road. And I would say the benefits that they say, the improvements to the roads, are not really for the community. They're for the developers and the applicants. And so I would just really like to just voice that they need to do a little more. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I believe Charlene Anderson is on Zoom. This is a Zoom comment.
Hello. Yeah, I'm on Zoom. Can you?
We can hear you.
We can hear you. Excellent. I've been a resident of Hemet for over 65 years, so I think I have a lot of people beat. I am not going to reiterate the great comments from the previous community members, but I do want to make 2 points. One is the developer said he walked through Solera Diamond Valley and knocked on 40 doors, spoke to 19 people, and he got 16 no's. I was one of those no's, and I actually invited him into my home to speak with him. And he gave me the little flyer that they had cobbled together that was full of mathematical errors. Their truck traffic numbers added up to 120%. So you couldn't believe one number over another number. And he also said that nobody emailed their Gmail address to comment on it, but I did, especially about the numbers that did not add up. My feeling is if a developer will walk door to door, hand out flyers that have inaccurate numbers that nobody has double checked. What are they trying to pull on the city of Hemet? I think they're trying to pull numbers games. They said 92,000 people in Hemet need jobs. I don't buy that at all because I checked. No, 92,000 people in Hemet don't need jobs. He also said that 80% of people in Hemet commute outside of the valley. Also not true. Do not, Planning Commission, please do not let the developers' BS numbers sway you. Either look at the numbers yourself or have somebody else look at them, because they are trying to pull the wool over our eyes. Nobody's mentioned Warren Road and how that $2 or $3 or $4 million, what it's going to do to 40% of their truck traffic on Warren Road. It's going to have nothing, no effect whatsoever. The four-way stop, Warren and Stetson, what are they going to do there when they said 40% of their truck traffic is going to come up Warren? What are they going to do on Simpson? They're so worried about that little bit between Simpson and Domagony instead of the entirety of Warren Road, which is a mess now and will be a huge mess later. So please, Planning Commission, realize what Hemet has been over the past 65 years that I've been here and what it can be, and warehouses are not what it can be. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have one more Zoom commenter, Shaul Rosenrager.
Is Saul on Zoom?
I am, yes. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you, commissioners, for, first of all, for withstanding an amazing sales pitch by the developers that was thoroughly developed in boardrooms, and it's hard to compete with that. But I think your heart is in the right place. I think you, as residents of Hemet, know that Hemet should not become a warehouse city. That stigma belongs elsewhere, not in our beautiful community. The city is engaged in a process of determining the guidelines for warehouses. So why are we pushing this right now, right after Thanksgiving? And why isn't there a real effort to engage the community? As representative of the Green Coalition, I did not hear from Planning Commission about this meeting or the fact that the final EIR was completed and posted. I don't want to repeat all the concerns you've been hearing for many months. You've been hearing the concerns of residents about health, about the traffic, about the congestion on the roads going in and out of the valley, and about the economic concerns. The economic concerns are very real because the warehouse economy tends to have a negative impact on other forms of other aspects of our economy, as you've heard about people's concerns and about their home values. And I want you to remember that this is the same developer that hoodwinked you into building the Kirby warehouse completely without public input and without giving you a lot of facts about the impacts of warehouses. I hope that this time you're ready, that you've done your research, and you're able to stand up for what's right for the community, because this is about the future of our community, not the future of the developer and the company helping him put this together. The community benefits are a joke. It's a one-time thing, and we're stuck with the consequences for decades. So I encourage you to think about the future. Hemet should not be a warehouse city. It can be.
Thank you very
beautiful
much. You hit
community.
your 3 minutes. I'm sorry.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you so much.
And that is the end of our public comments. We did receive 2 written comments from Tim Jans and Hannah Westbrook. Both appear to be residents of Solera del Webb in opposition to the project. So we will add those to the record, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, we are going to go ahead and close public hearing and open for discussion from the panel. I don't know if if you guys want to have the applicant approach the podium and answer some of the questions, or you want
Chair, it would also be appropriate to allow the applicant an opportunity for rebuttal if they would like it.
Yes. So with that, we'll go to open up public hearing, have the applicant.
Commissioners, I wanted to stand up here and say I have no rebuttal. I think it would be a disservice to your residents. They have spoke really well on the topic, and so I'm here for questions, but as far as the public speaking goes, I thought this was a very spirited conversation. It was very respectful on all sides, and I'm just appreciative to be I'm here as the developer on Kirby, so to be part of this community, I have no rebuttals. So if you have questions for me, I can sit back down. Or
Any questions for the applicant? Commissioners? No.
Yes, Chair. So there was a couple conditions that were discussed and that you potentially agreed to add. I think kind of a general one of the messages that I received from the speakers, and also one that I kind of share, is that the infrastructure improvements that are presented here don't represent, in my view, and from a lot of communities' view, a criteria that helps to mitigate and offset the impacts of the project. Without getting into specifics, I guess, is that an area that you would be open to listening to more input and looking at additional, or maybe some creative ways to support additional infrastructure improvements? I'm thinking specifically, for example, improving Warren Road up to Poplar, at least that section, a grind and overlay of some sort that would support truck traffic, because that road is not improved. Similarly, on Simpson, easterly to the city boundary at California, those roads are not, you have 45% traffic going north and 40% traffic going down Simpson. Are those, just to put that out there, is there a willingness to listen to or to discuss increased investments in infrastructure for the community?
yes, and I think I might actually try to refer to the board, to the commission, and to the city attorney on how that would be drafted, right? Because I think what you're asking for is how do we put a condition of approval if you guys were to approve this? What does that condition state? That developer will work with the city on additional infrastructure beyond our frontage. Did I recap that well?
Yeah, I
because
guess
I can't repave
Right.
the entirety of Hemet. I wouldn't mind, but I just.
We wouldn't either, but.
So I don't know, is there a way for Monique to draft a condition that would be suitable?
And I don't think I'm suggesting that we have that condition developed and refined enough right now. I'm just saying if as a result of some of the impact or the input from the community and my own concerns, you know, if this ultimately is continued, so there's a little more time to. Another thing I'm interested in is reviewing that financial analysis that you ordered a week ago, that you're planning on presenting to the city council. I think that's also something that would help the commission make an informed and more educated decision and recommendation to present to the council. So I guess I just kind of want to see if there's an openness there if this was to be continued or approved. I mean, at this point, I have a hard time with those two issues, and I have a hard time. I kind of view this as an island, and that there's just the basic minimum investments in infrastructure. You drive through Paris and they have all the concrete intersections to make sure that those intersections last. I'm on the water side, there's a plus and a minus to that, putting a pipeline through the intersection. But the point being is that there's investments made to make sure that you're a good neighbor. There was a comment made about the warehouse component being part of another type of development. So the Menifee Valley project, the Brookfield development south of Highway 74 has warehouses, but they also have commercial and residential, and it's all part of a larger project. It seems like, you know, that it seems like we're just getting the worst of it without the benefits of it, and that's where I have a little bit of some challenges. So I personally would like the opportunity to have further discussions on how the project would provide enough benefit to the community to help offset the impacts associated with the environmental impact report.
I'll unwind a few of the things that you brought up. Absolutely, we would be willing to entertain additional improvements or infrastructure as a recognition to our project and such. I don't know if that's a cap or if that's just an open willingness to work between Planning Commission and City Council. You have mentioned a few times, and a few of the other commissioners talked about a continuance. I think after close to 6 hours now and 36 months, if I'm allowed to, I would like to request that this not get continued, because I think right now, between the size of the EIR, the duration to get to Planning Commission as the recommending board, I would love to work with you guys on addressing each of your concerns through the conditions of approval, so that you guys can have a vote at the end of the night, so that we're not coming back for another couple hours. Personal preference, but it's also our team's preference is to work with you guys tonight on a extended evening like this and wrap it up with a yay or nay. So if there's an ability to craft an additional infrastructure condition of approval, or if it is something where I make a commitment tonight to work with the community between now and council, that also gives us an opportunity to get you the economic report for review in between that moment. I know on the 16th, you guys have a city council meeting about warehouses, and we're not getting to council in December or 2024. So we're 2025 council, which I think gives us a little bit of breathing room for the council discussion on the 16th, and then further conversations and negotiations between staff, Newland Capital Group, and making sure that there's a project here, if there is.
Vice Chair Pop?
I'd like to, excuse me, I'd like to add a little to the conversation that Mr. Donahue had with Commissioner Worth with respect to how might we word a condition of approval regarding infrastructure improvements. I would recommend that if you worded something like this, that the developer agree to participate in a reimbursement agreement to construct such improvements, whatever determined by the city staff to be required, and that the developer constructs those up front, and you will be able to participate in a reimbursement agreement with surrounding properties that would reimburse you for those benefits once they have an opportunity to enjoy them. But along those lines, I wanted to ask, it was brought up that the traffic study, if I wrote my notes correctly, the traffic study indicated that the widening of the bridge at Warren Road was not warranted. And if the widening of that roadway is not warranted to accommodate the additional truck traffics, why then would you agree to widen Simpson Road up to the bridge abutment when those vehicles would have to taper down to 2 lanes, 1 lane each direction? It doesn't make any sense. Perhaps a dedication and a participation agreement would make more sense. I'm curious, because I didn't see the discussion in the EIR, and again, it was a lot of information, short time to review it. I'm curious as to whether or not the traffic study made that determination based solely on the number of trips and the merits of the future improvements, or was it more a factor of getting the necessary clearances from the resource agencies to be able to do the widening in Salt Creek, which would be a substantial delay for your project?
I might fall on the sword here, but my knowledge is the truck trips were specifically meant to stay away from the bridge to ensure that we didn't cause a traffic jam there, right? I mean, okay, so the diagram that we sent out on the flyers was very representative of what we intend to make sure our tenant commits to, which is an equal disbursement away from the project, which does not bottleneck the bridge.
I appreciate your honesty with that answer. However, it kind of hammers home the point. Where do those truck trips go then if they can't go across that bridge? Your truck trips are now admittedly not able to get to Dominigoni Parkway, and they probably shouldn't turn from Dominigoni Parkway unless there's a significant extension of that protected left turn lane, because if there's a bottleneck, there's nowhere for those trucks to go. So that means all of the traffic is then moving westerly on Simpson and or northerly on Warren Road, but you're not proposing to widen Warren Road.
I would like to call a friend. Somebody with way more knowledge on the topic than I have, so I tried to answer.
Sure, no, I appreciate it.
I gave you the layman's version, which is I don't want a traffic jam at the bridge. And so that was the direction from the city, was don't mess with the bridge.
So I would, Megan Macias with EPD Solutions. We prepared the traffic study for the project in addition to the EIR.
Can't hear you.
Oh, is that better?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, there we go. I think what Tom was saying is not entirely accurate. Basically, that the trip distribution was engineered to avoid the bridge. We did take a look at where we thought trips would be going, and as it was brought up earlier, we did not know once that study started, excuse me, we did not know when the study started who the tenant would be. So therefore, at the time that we made the assumptions, it was more looking at what were the potential, where would the destinations be that the trucks would be headed to, and how would they get there, and what are the truck routes that they would be using. And so that was actually put into the scoping agreement, which gets reviewed by the city's consultant, and we all agreed that that was a reasonable distribution at the beginning of the project. It's very lucky that the tenant agreed that they could live with that distribution and that they also thought it was reasonable. So I just want to make that one correction. We didn't actually engineer anything to avoid a bridge impact, because at the beginning of the study, we don't have any volumes, so we don't have any idea if the bridge is already at or near capacity. So there is that. The question about widening up to but not across the bridge, that widening is not being done because of a project impact. It's not being done because the capacity of the road is exceeded with the project. The widening's being done in order to plan for future widening of the roadway. And so at this time, the road could be widened and dedicated, but not necessarily striped as 4 lanes. So therefore, it doesn't create a bottleneck. But the pavement and the width is there, so that at what point in time the bridge does get widened, then it can be striped as 4 lanes.
But a widened road that can't be used for any purpose still requires maintenance. If it's built and constructed, not used for any purpose other than to sit there and wait for the bridge to be widened, it will still need to be maintained, which will cost the city money, because that roadway will have been dedicated to the city. It'll be the city's responsibility to maintain it at that point.
Okay, I was gonna say, I'll let Tom answer that.
We would love to not install those components if you don't want to maintain them.
That's not where I'm going.
Typically we get the city requesting that we install full right-of-way widths on our frontage to make sure that you guys have those improvements in place. And then it is a typical city position that you'd like to spray for weeds and street sweep and maintain it to a level that's equal to the lanes adjacent to it. Like, that's the typical scenario, is you want the improvements, not the lack of maintenance. It's a trade-off, I understand.
Understood. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions before we have discussion?
Actually, I do have one more question. I'm sorry.
It's okay, Vice Chairman.
Once the tenant was known, was the traffic study revised at all? Did it make a difference between what was originally analyzed for the project without the tenant being known? Because you made mention of the fact that knowing the tenant changed things. How so? How did it change things? Did it lessen the impact? Was there no additional impact? Did it increase the impact?
The traffic study wasn't changed once the tenant was known. I actually didn't know there was a tenant until I saw the presentation a couple days ago. So, no, there was no change to the traffic study.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I think it's, any other questions for the applicant before we have discussion?
Just to clarify, there was some comments about employment. On one of the slides, excuse me, showed 1,158 permanent jobs, 200 seasonal jobs, 600 construction jobs. Just for clarification, the 600 construction jobs is represented by the union here. That's the 1-year duration. The 200 seasonal, assuming that's kind of the Christmas season, so they come in every year. Is the 1158, is that permanent, full-time positions that work at the facility year-round?
To my understanding, yes.
Okay, and so during the peak season, it would be 1,358 employees, so, okay.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to, for the folks that commented on that. Just
Okay.
confirmation that it's not temporary employees, it's permanent employees.
Vice Chairman, can I make one comment? As you guys all noticed, the developer goes out and gets a tenant, and our experts stay in silos. And it's usually pretty good that way that Megan is absolutely in her zone on traffic. So the idea that we had a tenant that matched the use for this warehouse would not have been news to her until tonight, just as we heard the gasps.
I know when we read this project, there wasn't a tenant at the time when we read this project.
Okay, right. So today, you guys get to know there's a tenant. Same one as Kirby. Good.
Any other questions, guys?
I do have a question. Who decides if the property is underutilized? Because someone determined that the way it's being used right now is underutilized. Can I show of hands of who ate today? Who had a meal? I know. Because food is being grown and you're calling that underutilized? So I'm wondering how who made that determination?
Did I say the word underutilized, or did the report?
Your report.
Oh, my report. And did it say underutilized, or that there were alternates and?
Nope.
Okay.
It says this project transforms an underutilized site.
Okay, so reading into the report and the definition, I would suggest that you have a non-agricultural zoned parcel being zoned for agricultural that is being underutilized in an economic manner. I would not ever badmouth farmers or what they do, because I love not only food but the farmers. So I don't want to get into that conversation, but I guess comparative to the jobs, there's less than 1,100 full-time jobs out there, and that would be an underutilization of that land in that context.
In your idea of placing
No,
the warehouse there.
I love farmers and their produce, so I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. I'm
Okay,
just
but that's.
the EIR is speaking to it's 1,200 pages.
I
It
know,
is,
I read
and
them all.
I appreciate that you did that. A lot of work goes into that, and it is it's longer. It's not as long as my favorite book, but it's a third of the size.
Yeah, yeah. If you're gonna ask me to vote tonight, because I've worked all day, I know we all worked all day, and what are we shooting for midnight, right here?
We're getting there.
You're not gonna like my vote. If I have to do it, only,
Well, I can sit down.
Jack, go ahead and sit down. Let's have commissioners discuss what we want to do here. Commissioners, what do you think?
Well, I definitely think this project does not provide the economic benefit to the city in accordance to the general plan. I know that they're using the general plan in their context to get it supported, but I'm using it also to unsupport it for community design. Circulation is an issue for me. Neighborhood compatibility, all of those areas that I talked about prior, and the EIR does not prove this out, in my opinion.
I agree with you on the circulation issues as well. It's something that, and it's something I said time and time before, is it's almost like we're going backwards. We just can't Band-Aid certain parts of the road and leave the rest of it original. Temecula was proactive by widening the roads and preparing for the growth of what the city was becoming. And it seems like to me, with the amount of traffic and the amount of warehouses coming here, we just keep adding more traffic to the current roads. There are only 2 lanes, and circulation is my number one issue here. And I don't think Hemet really has the circulation for warehouses to be built at this extreme.
Yeah, it's kind of odd that we're a half hour from any freeway. I just don't understand why Hemet. We're not next to a major freeway. I mean, it just, and this is prime real estate. This is really prime real estate, and I'm not seeing the economic benefit. I'm sorry, Mr. Donahue, but I just don't see it.
I think from my perspective, it really comes down to statement of overriding considerations, and that we're being asked to approve an environmental impact report, a legal document that takes into account some of those things, and I think I didn't read every single page because but it seems like there's some elements there that probably could use a little more clarification, number one. But the thing that gets me is the criteria being used for establishing and justifying the statement of overriding consideration. And I have a problem. I'm focusing on the infrastructure one, but I have a problem with what's being conditioned as part of the traffic improvements, the street improvements. We work with a lot of other cities in my daytime job, and you can see what is being invested in other communities, and I don't think we're getting enough of a benefit to offset what we're being communicated. But with that being said, I am open to listen to what maybe a additional benefit could be included in the conditions of approval. I am just not comfortable approving that as a blanket condition of approval, saying, yes, something will be done. I want to know what those things are.
I have draft language for that, if you'd like, Commissioner.
I'm sorry?
I have draft language for the additional roadway improvements that you mentioned earlier. If you'd like to go over them, or if it's a waste of breath.
It's a waste of breath at this point.
He's not a representative of our citizens. Did we elect him? He's the attorney.
It's fine. It's right. No,
sir,
sir.
Sir, this is a public hearing.
Legal. I think at this point,
to clarify the record, I was offering language of a condition of approval that met the requirement that the commissioner had mentioned earlier, which is my job.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I want to also, for the record, that same suggestion was incorporated into one of the items previously on the agenda, and I appreciate you having that language. The Worth finish the street amendment, but I think at this point, I want to see more of specificity in what those conditions are, and I'm not quite comfortable yet in just saying, okay, well, it's just paving this road to this and this, and that's good. I think there's a little more quantification of what that is that needs to be done before I'm comfortable with the yes vote.
My issue, the biggest issue that we're not going to be able to get over is the smog. 1960, we had 320, according to the Mauna Loa Observatory, so that measurement was 320. Back in 1840, during the Industrial Revolution, we were only at 260 parts per million. We have doubled. We are at 421.83. That's a lot. And they can't mitigate that. How do we fix that? We're in a bowl. And I can't do it. Unless you can tell me, oh yeah, that smog's gonna totally go away. I lived in this valley in the 70s. I can't handle it. So fix the smog or fix the emissions, but I'm not going to certify an EIR that is flawed. I'm sorry.
Whew, okay. Well, I've obviously have my opinions on some things, and I just wanted to take a few moments, if you would indulge in me, to talk a little bit about the process, because I've heard a lot of public comment from people about the process. So the EIR did not hit the street 2 weeks ago. The environmental impact report did not hit the street 2 weeks ago. There was a scoping session after the project was presented to city staff. They paid for an application. They submitted materials. There's a series of events that are mandated by state law that require compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act. There are state statutes in the Public Resources Code and the California Government Code that talk about public hearings and the length of time that needs to be for a public hearing notice to be published in a newspaper of general circulation. There are other requirements. There's like most cities adopt like a menu they can pick from. You have to either mail notices, provide notice on the site with a sign, put notice in the newspaper, or there are other remedies that you can do. And the cities have the ability to be less restrictive than state law requires. Many do not. With a 500-foot mailing radius for this, that exceeds the state statutes. The minimum statute requirement is 300-foot radius around the project. So while the applicant, I would like to state for the applicant for the record, sir, you take darts very well. I don't think I saw a bead of sweat on your forehead. And you got beat up pretty good this evening. The public here has reviewed your documents. We've reviewed your documents. I am a planner. It's my profession. I've reviewed the document. I didn't read every word of it, but I read as much as I possibly could in the last 4 days. I do find the majority of the analysis to be adequate and correct. However, the project analysis being adequate and correct leads us to, I believe we've all come to the same conclusion up here, that do the benefits of the project outweigh the significant and unavoidable impacts of this project? So the applicant has been afforded his due process rights. He applied for the application with the city. It went through all the proper protocols. We wouldn't be here tonight if there were any error in protocol. So I want to make that clear to everybody. Appreciate your patience, and it was very kind of all of you to be attentive, even when you were hearing things that you didn't like, or opinions that you didn't agree with. You were all very courteous to all of the speakers, and I want to thank you for that. I thank you all very much for coming out and voicing your concerns, because if you do not, it doesn't give us the information we need to make our decisions as we ponder these projects. So as far as the project itself, for me, is concerned, if you were going to build a warehouse in Hemet, where better place to put it than near a major roadway? However, there are infrastructure needs to allow for this project that are not there presently and are not proposed. For me, one of the big issues is the admitted bottleneck on the bridge connecting Warren Road to Dominagoni Parkway. That is a significant and unavoidable impact according to this environmental impact report. The applicant has stated that it doesn't appear to be warranted to make that improvement. I beg to differ. I believe that improvement is necessary. I also believe that it's probably a deal killer for them. It's very expensive, and it's gonna take several years to get the approvals from the Army Corps of Engineers, the Department of Fish and Game, and other, what they call resource agencies that will be needing to review those applications. In terms of conditioning a project for additional roadway improvements, we can condition the heck out of this project and put tens of millions of dollars on the developer's pocket to widen Simpson Road, because if they can't get across the bridge over Warren to Dominigoni Parkway, they're gonna head west the trucks are gonna head west on Simpson Road, and they're gonna tear up a road as soon as they get past their property extent, because those would be the only legal nexus improvements we could require them to do, unless they agree to a participation agreement to rebuild that road segment all the way down to Winchester Road, which I don't believe they'd be willing or interested to do. We also have traffic impacts on Warren Road. If the number of those vehicles cannot get onto Dominigoni Parkway because the bridge is bottlenecked, most of those vehicle trips are gonna be forced to go northerly on Warren Road, right past your neighborhood, right past a road that currently cannot accommodate it. As somebody pointed out, is designated in the general plan for 6 lanes of right-of-way. Is that correct?
Warren Road?
The ultimate configuration for Warren Road North?
It
from
is
the
a,
site?
it was reduced to a 4-lane
Okay,
configuration.
4 lanes, but it's currently 2. And we would have to avoid the fairy shrimp ponds. So there would be a tremendous amount of work and cost to provide the benefits for this project to garner my vote of approval. Because 1,100, 1,200 jobs, that's awesome. That's wonderful for the younger people, especially in this community, who need jobs. But in doing so, putting the people at risk that live near this project, future residents that are going to be located there, and the fact that we are already in an non-attainment basin for air quality and greenhouse gas emissions, literally any type of development that occurs on that site is going to adversely impact our existing condition. Just adding new homes and adding citizens who breathe carbon monoxide decreases our air quality. So anything that's done there, admittedly, is going to have a significant negative impact. The only way to exercise site control for those vacant parcels is for somebody to purchase it and keep it open. Somebody at some point in time will develop that site. I'm just not sure if this is the project for it.
Commissioner Hill, you have anything to say?
Me?
Mhm.
I already said my piece.
Okay, all right. Yeah, no, again, we're not completely against warehouses. We're just, some are good and some are bad for the community. And in that situation, can I entertain a motion?
Before there's a motion, so again, I just want to clarify. I'm not completely against the project. I'm just not able to support it because I don't think that the statement of overriding consideration is quantified or is supported and justified. So I would be open personally to a continuance to give an opportunity to reevaluate both the potential additional investments that may or may not be, and like you mentioned, Vice Chair, that may be a deal killer, depending upon what those ultimately are. But I would think it would be fair to give an opportunity for that to play out. So, yeah, I guess with that, I would make a motion to continue this item to provide an opportunity for Planning Commission, City Council to work with the applicant to better define what benefits to the community can be had as part of this project to help to mitigate the impact, or to offset the unmitigatable, is that a word? Unmitigated effects of the project. I think that's a motion.
I would second that.
Or if I can entertain a motion, also you want to, basically you want to bring this back to the table later after city council and planning commissioner reviews more of the documents that they have for council?
I would like to continue it to give the applicant the opportunity to identify additional benefits to the community to help us justify approving that or certifying the EIR based on the statement of overriding considerations. At this point, I am not willing to certify that, as I think we all are. What I'm saying is, what I'm intending with this motion is to give the applicant the opportunity to reevaluate what those benefits are within the context of the statement of overriding considerations. So infrastructure is, for example, is a very key one, having a better understanding of the financial impact to the community, based on reviewing the financial analysis and
I
things
think
of that
just
nature.
currently the infrastructure the way it is, even with the applicant having more time to come back and tell us more information, it still doesn't resolve the 2-lane roads. It still won't resolve Warren. It still won't resolve Simpson.
Right.
And that's years in the making. And I think if we have to come back to it, it's still we're gonna have the same answers.
I know, I will.
And he already said
Yeah.
So I mean, the only thing I could say is that we could make a motion. My motion would be to pass this on to city council as a planning commission denying the project, and let the city council make its ultimate decision.
Just for administratively, there's already a motion and a second on the table. Do we need to do a vote on that prior to?
So, in terms of parliamentary procedure, you can either accept the chair's substitute motion. If there's a second to it, that can be voted on. If there's no second, then you can vote on the original motion.
Well, I will second Chair
So-
Dean.
So then, just so we have a clear motion, so this can be forwarded to the city council, the motion would be to forward the project to the city council with the planning commission's recommendation against approval.
That's correct.
Okay.
And we have a second, I believe, with Commissioner Clark.
Commissioners, please announce your vote. Commissioner Worth?
Aye.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Commissioner Hill?
Yes.
Vice Chair Papp?
Yes.
Chair Beamsterfer?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank everybody for coming out tonight, and sorry it's almost midnight, but we appreciate public appearance, and you guys have a good day.
I'm sorry, sir, I cannot exhibit bias.
And now we gotta finish our meeting here a little bit.
Start
We're
over,
moving on
yeah.
to item
Going to city council.
8A, which is the city attorney reports. And it's Layla, you look different tonight.
So in the interest of time, I'll defer city attorney reports to the next meeting.
I cannot, I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
Okay. Thank you. Item 8B, community development reports, Director Monique.
Nothing to report, thank you.
Item 8C, future agenda items, Director Monique.
Future agenda items, we'll be bringing forward a drive-through restaurant conditional use permit, as well as a conditional use permit for Freddy's Restaurant. We will be discussing at our next Planning Commission meeting a work study with regards to the electronic billboards and relocation agreements. as well as High Point Apartments. We also have that coming forward to the commission.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Monique. And last, item 8D, Planning Commissioner reports.
Commissioner Worth?
Nothing to report. Going to bed.
Commissioner Clark?
Nothing. Nothing. Nada.
Commissioner Hill?
Nothing to report, thank you.
Vice Chair Papp?
I have used up my vocabulary for the evening. Nothing new to report.
And Chair Beamsterfer?
I believe we have a Christmas parade this weekend, do we?
Yes, we
So,
do.
anyways, other than that, we're all tired, nothing else to report. If there's no further business to discuss, this meeting will be adjourned to next Planning Commission meeting scheduled for December 17th, 2024 at 6 p.m.
Thank you. I appreciate